Hello, everybody. This is Joseph Pasek, and welcome to the Fired Up Network. Welcome to the flagship show of the Fired Up Network, Fired Up Live. We're starting a couple minutes earlier today because just coming down the pike in National Basketball Association news, Milwaukee Bucks have fired their coach, Budenholzer. They have fired their coach, and Nick Nurse looking for a job. What about if they're switching coaches there? But latest news is the Milwaukee Bucks have fired their coach, Budenholzer, and he is gone. Of course, the Milwaukee losing the first round in this year's playoffs. We got an outstanding show for you tonight. The first of three segments kicks off the show with Giancarlo Lino here on the Wrestling Show. Here's Giancarlo and myself talking everything wrestling, WWE, AEW, Impact Wrestling, NWA. Here we go. Hey everybody, this is Joseph Pasek, and welcome to the Fired Up Network. Welcome to the flagship show of the Fired Up Network, Fired Up Live. Welcome to the Wrestling Show, and welcome back to my good friend, Giancarlo Lino. Giancarlo, people have asked me, where's Giancarlo? He hasn't been on the Wrestling Show for a few weeks. He got traded? Did he go to Sportskeeda? Did he go to AEW? Did he go to NWA? No, the answer is no. He's been right here. He's been working at Sportskeeda. He's been working for Fired Up Network. He didn't do a TFC match report. He didn't do a York United match report, but whatever. All right, Wrestling Show. Let's get to the draft. Any big surprises for you?
I was surprised that Grayson Waller, Austin Theory, and LA Knight were all on the same show now. I think having that many heels,
Yeah.
it's going to do something to them. So I think LA Knight will probably be turning face, and we'll see Grayson Waller and Austin Theory continue to be two of the top heels there in the mid card and upper mid card scene.
Let me talk to you. Let me talk to you for a second. It looks like LA Knight may capture the Money in the Bank. And if this is true, if my sources have indicated this, look for LA Knight to capture the title by SummerSlam. Yeah, let me talk to you. All right, by SummerSlam August 5th. Yeah. Uh, in Detroit. What do you feel? How do you feel? And he's not going to beat Roman Reigns. First of all, he is not beating Roman Reigns. All right. So whoever wins the title May 27th by August 5th, he's not the champion. That I'm going to guarantee you. So let me ask you this before I get more about the draft. May 27th is for the WWE heavyweight title once again because Roman Reigns is the undisputed WWE heavyweight champion. So what's the difference between Roman Reigns having both belts and now a third belt? So is the both belts bigger than the third belt?
Well, now it's they're both equal because one's a Raw champion and one's just exclusively to SmackDown. So Roman won both titles for no reason, and they shouldn't even have done this from the start. It was probably a dumb idea to have a main event when you knew that your hands would be tied with the booking sense because Brock and Roman aren't full-time guys.
All right, so we'll get to the draft back in a couple seconds, but let me ask you this. Who, obviously Cody Rhodes is not going to face Roman Reigns, but who's the next one in line to lose to Roman Reigns? Put it that way.
Probably Bobby Lashley or AJ Styles, I would think. If they do the OC versus Bloodline, that could be something. Or you do see that guys like Omos and MVP, Shelton Benjamin are free agents, so the Hurt Business can reunite on SmackDown.
Brock Lesnar's also a free agent. All right. So a lot of NXT talents were called up. I mean a lot. All right. And you got WWE talents, and Dolph Ziggler is a free agent, and all this. Where do you think all these NXT talents, like you talked about, Grayson Waller will have a big time shot here, but Zoe Stark, Indy Hartwell, who just gave up the belt there, like most of the ladies got called up.
I think it's refreshing. I think they need to do it so much that like you have all these women in the same program time after time. Every WrestleMania, they just throw them all in a tag match and pair them all up, but it's the same women each year. I think having some NXT women come up, they can freshen it up, maybe have some other storylines for the likes of Dana Brooke and Zoe Stark and Liv Morgan, where they're not always in a tag
Yeah,
team
but Liv
that they just
Morgan is
throw
a
them in
tag team champion.
for now until she loses it, and then she's in a singles feud with probably Ronda Rousey or Shayna Baszler. I think this just freshens everything up.
All right, so right now, who has a better roster, Raw or SmackDown, with all the changes?
I think Raw has a good mix there of talent you would consider like workhorse talents and the entertainment side of things. I think The Miz is going to be crucial to getting a lot of these guys over that have come up or maybe lost their momentum in the last year. So I think that's why he'll stay on Raw, and he has that reality show on USA Network. So I think that was probably a pick that was always going to stay on Raw. And if you look at SmackDown, you have Roman, you have the Bloodline, and you can continue that feud week after week.
We the ones, eh? We the ones. All right. So, and these rosters don't go in effect till Monday, May 8th, because as you know, there's a Premier Live event. And you know what I'm going to say, Giancarlo? Do you know what I'm going to say? It's a Premier Live event, not a pay per view. Not a pay per view, Premier Live event from Puerto Rico. By the way, Giancarlo, have you ever been to Puerto Rico?
Never.
Have you ever been in a Puerto Rican street fight?
No, never heard of it.
What's the difference between Puerto Rican street fight and a Toronto street fight, a Texas death match, a New York street fight, a Philadelphia street fight? What's the difference?
The location.
Hey, see, you're finally getting smart. You're finally getting smart. All right, so we'll touch on the Premier Live event Backlash happening Saturday, and there's two Premier Live events this month, May 6th and May 27th from Saudi Arabia. That's Night of Champions. But before we begin that, Raw, I want to touch on one other thing. Seth Rollins, presumably in line to win the title. Okay. Seth Rollins is fighting Saturday at the Premier Live event. Who's he fighting? Almost. So, did you see they built up Rhea Ripley and Selena Vega? They built up Damon Priest and Bad Bunny. They built up Brock Lesnar and Cody Rhodes. They built up the Usos against Sami Zayn, Kevin Owens. Have they built up Seth Rollins versus Omos? Carlo, we can't hear you. Your sound is, I don't know what happened to your sound now, but we can't hear you. So I don't know. We have a technical issue with Giancarlo with the sound. Are you there? We still can't hear you. All right. So while he endeavors to try to fix that sound issue, he'll be back in a couple seconds here. Yes, they haven't been pushing Seth Rollins and Omos. And where do you go with that match? Like almost like Giancarlo stated a couple minutes ago, he's a free agent. Seth Rollins, hopefully, a lot of people are hoping that he gets the new title there. So we don't know what's happening there. Carlo, can you hear us now?
Yeah, I hear.
Okay, now we can hear you. All right. So Seth Rollins and Almost, what is this all about?
I think they're just trying to find something for Omos to make him continue that momentum from WrestleMania, because he did kick off night 2 with Brock Lesnar. So his first feud after that is Seth Rollins. So
Yeah, but he's going to lose
maybe
again.
that we know of. Maybe it's a DQ. Maybe Seth Rollins just escapes, but I think Omos is going to have a nice little showing there at Backlash.
All right. And if you notice the draft again, you notice that Trish Stratus, who is retired, but not retired, but is retired, but gets drafted. Becky Lynch gets drafted. Lita, who just lost the tag team titles 2 weeks ago, did not get drafted. So do they have a ongoing contract with your York University alum Trish Stratus?
I think so. I think it's going to be similar to what we're seeing from Brock Lesnar, where it'll be probably matches only on premium live events. I don't think she'll be wrestling on Raw. Probably just cut a promo on Becky when she shows up and lead up to maybe a match with a Liv Morgan or somebody who's a baby face on the Raw side of things, and I don't see it being a heel going after her. So I think it'll be leading up to her and Becky Lynch.
Okay, is there any other thing that you want to touch on the WWE?
Nah, I think we covered that.
Anything you want to touch on NWA?
Aaron Stevens should be a world champion. That's the only thing I'll touch on there.
Do you like his new glove?
It looks great. It would be better with a world title around his arm, though.
I agree. Now, anything you want to touch on Impact Wrestling? Because the one thing I want to touch on Impact Wrestling, Trinity, Naomi, whatever you want to call her, she's in Impact Wrestling now. Is this a shocker to you?
A little bit, just because like there were all those. It seemed like she was leaning towards following where Sasha Banks was going, and that would have made sense if they both went in the same promotion, same company. So, Impact coming up and pulling up this offer. They got Nick Aldis, they get Trinity. It shows that they're looking at free agents as well. So it's good for their brand as they continue to build themselves up again. And it would be nice to see if Impact could get some momentum and get popular again.
And they're coming back to Toronto at the Rebel Entertainment Complex on August 28th. So look out for that. And of course, they got great shows. Impact is, people say number 3, NWA number 3, but it's wrestling. Wrestling is wrestling. All right. Let's talk about AEW. All right. Let's talk about Don Callis, Kenny Omega, the Young Bucks, CM Punk returning, not returning, returning, backstage at Impact Wrestling, backstage at NWA. Enough. Have you heard, or do you want to see CM Punk back?
Would be nice at some point, but right now it doesn't look like he's going to come back for another month. So I think they're just teasing it at this point.
All right, if he comes back, do you want to see him back? Who do you think he will feud with? Because now there's problems with the Elite, problems with Hangman Page. By the way, Hangman Page conspicuous by his absence for 2-3 weeks already.
Yeah, I think the Young Bucks versus CM Punk and whoever, I think
FTR.
that would make sense. But I wouldn't put Kenny Omega in that. I don't think maybe they do FTR and CM Punk versus Hangman and the Elite and the Young Bucks. I think that would make a lot more sense than throwing Kenny Omega into it. Which like that whole time when CM Punk was champion feuding with Hangman, Kenny Omega wasn't even there. So I think they're just throwing him in. I think Kenny, you can do something else with him, and when that whole feud's done, then you can maybe have him enter it and him and CM Punk go one-on-one. But I think for the first feud, it would make sense if they go in the direction of Hangman teaming up with the Young Bucks.
All right, so that leaves a question here. We now know it's a 4-way for the next pay-per-view, not Premier Live event, pay-per-view, Double or Nothing at the last weekend of May. But they say they sold already 43,000 seats for their event in Wembley Stadium, UK. So if they're going to sell 40,000, probably going to be 60, 70. Carlo, what would you know? All the wrestlers that they're there, maybe they have one more wrestler coming out, like a good Jewish friend of mine, if you know what I mean. What would you book as the main event for the Wembley Stadium show?
If they went long term with it, and if he was under AEW, I think Will Ospreay challenging MJF. If they went with the UK guy and just done everything there to build him up, I think that would have made sense there. Go after maybe MJF and another pillar and Kenny Omega one-on-one. I think that hasn't been a pairing we've seen. So I think they need to do something where MJF is facing an opponent that fans want to see him, something fresh. And I think Kenny Omega would be that guy.
Do you think MJF main events that show, or is it like Goldberg against Powerhouse Hobbs, something like that?
No, I think MJF is main eventing that show.
All right. Now, before that show, like I said, we have a pay-per-view May, and we have another one, the Forbidden Door, here at the Scotiabank Arena in June. It looks like Put your money or money or shekels on it. It looks like Sasha Banks, Mercedes Moné, will be at Forbidden Door. Who do you think she's going to wrestle?
Probably Jade Cargill.
Mistake. It's not going to happen with Jade Cargill. But, Jade Cargill, for 3 years here in the business, since they started at AEW, how come she's like only 57-0? And meaning once every month she fights?
Yeah, I think they eventually have to end that. The more you keep on this streak, the more fans would be upset the way it ends. So I think they should just end it as soon as they can and just put her in programs that our fans are going to want to watch. Because the more you build up the streak, when it ends, it's going to be so in a way where you're going to upset a large portion of the fan base, or you're going to make a portion of them happy. So probably best to avoid that.
All right, Warlord, the TNT champion. It looks like his next opposition will be Luchasaurus or Christian. Do you think they give Christian the TNT title? Because Wardlow wins it, loses it, wins it, loses it. The Powerhouse Hobbs wins it, loses it. Like, what is this?
Yeah, I think Goldberg's going to win that title eventually. So whenever, if they want to do a one match deal, I think they'll have Goldberg and Wardlow. But if they want to give him a long term run, maybe we'll see more than that.
All right, so that will do it for the wrestling show. Giancarlo and I will be back for the On the Mat WWE Backlash Premier Live event preview.
On Instagram at Giancarlo_Alino, and check out my articles on firedupnetwork.ca.
And Giancarlo will be back here shortly. Thanks a lot, Giancarlo.
Thanks, John.
That was Giancarlo Alino with the wrestling show. Like I mentioned, Giancarlo will be back here twice more during the show. Wants to preview UFC 288, UFC On Guard, and wants to preview WWE Backlash from Puerto Rico this Saturday with Bad Bunny as the host and everything like that. Now, as you know, this weekend, or you may not know, but the National Lacrosse League are into the playoffs. And my good friend from OSG Sports in Atlanta, John Nelson, stops by to talk outside the box and preview the National Lacrosse League playoffs right now. Hey everybody, this is Joseph Pasek, and welcome to the Fired Up Network. Welcome to the flagship show of the Fired Up Network, and welcome to Outside the Box. We haven't done this in a long time with the Hall of Famer John Freeman Nelson out of OSG Sports in Atlanta. And for you new fans who are watching and listening, check out OSG Sports, check out Soccer Down Here, and check out the Hall of Famer John Freeman Nelson. He is an actual Hall of Famer, one of the best in the business today. Now, John, do you remember National Lacrosse League? We haven't done this since the beginning of the year.
I know, but we're in the round of 8, and there's some interesting matchups. And when we mean interesting, it's more. It's not just because you're in playoffs, but because there's rivalries attached and things like that. So this is a really interesting group of 4 matchups coming up this weekend.
All right, so let's start it off. And honestly, I don't even know why we're talking about this. It's the March to May, the National Lacrosse League playoffs, Friday, 7:30, Halifax at the Toronto Rock / Hamilton / maybe Brampton / maybe Kitchener. Go ahead.
I mean, this one, I've got to go with the Rock of the Golden Horseshoe in this one. I mean, you're looking at a team in Toronto that won 13 of 18. Halifax won. They come into this one at 10-8. You look at offenses are about the same when it comes to output, but frankly, the defense for Toronto has been insane this year. And as I'm trying to sit here and do math really quickly, it looks like that it's 9 goals a game given up on average. And so you're looking at just over 9 goals a game given up. Halifax's defense is over 10. I mean, frankly, for me alone, the fact that you've only given up 164 goals all season long, that's tight. And I've got to go with the Rock of the Golden Horseshoe, probably in that 13-10, 13-9 range. I think that Toronto gets it done and moves on.
See, this guy who always gets it wrong, stealing my thunder here. The Toronto Rock will prevail. You said 13-10. I'll go one better, 14-8. All right, 14-8. And Toronto Rock, again, that game is Friday at 7:30 in Hamilton. Toronto's games are played in Hamilton until further notice. Maybe the notice is tomorrow. All right, so also Friday, 10 p.m., our second home, San Diego. Colorado, San Diego. I'm going first. I'm picking San Diego in this one.
Not a surprise. I mean, considering, even if you just look at goal difference this season, Colorado, they come into this at 500 at 9-9, but Colorado's at a negative goal difference. That they on average, they're 9-9, but they score a goal less than they give up. So in and of itself, I've got to go against Colorado. But once again, you look at San Diego averaging 13 goals a game scored. So, I could see this once again in that 13-10 range, but I think probably because it's in San Diego, you're probably going to end up getting a lot more goals scored. So I've just got to go with what you've seen out of San Diego all season long. Not a surprise. I think San Diego takes care of this one pretty easily.
Yeah, I believe I'll go 12-8 San Diego there. So basically, we're the same now. Toronto and San Diego are our studios in San Diego. Now, Saturday, 7 p.m. Is there any doubt who I'm going to pick here? Rochester and Buffalo. It's going to be Buffalo and Toronto in the Eastern Final. Don't you agree?
No, I do. Absolutely. And you look at the output once again, even just on goal difference. Rochester was 10-8 this year. But once again, they only have a goal difference of 4. 432 goals have been scored in Rochester matches this year, a goal difference of 4. 218 scored, 214 allowed. And Buffalo defensively, once again, they're a team that's given up a little over 10 goals a game this year. I don't know if Rochester gets to 10. We'll go ahead and say 9 just for the sake of argument, but I think it's going to be another one of those 14-9 games. I think Buffalo stamps on the pedal early, and I think they distance themselves later on. It's going to be Buffalo in a walk, I think.
Buffalo by a touchdown, I'm calling, all right? And the last game, 9:30 on Saturday, Panther City up against Calgary. So here's my estimation, Toronto, Buffalo in the East.
Mm-hmm.
Calgary and San Diego in the West. And why I say this, if you look at the standings, Buffalo 14-4, Toronto 13-5. In the West, San Diego 14-4, Calgary 13-5. What matchups can we have in the East and West final? Go ahead, John.
No, I think that you're spot on. I think that you end up with Calgary getting the win in this one too. And it's going to be fun. You end up with a guy like Zach Currier, who's done really well for Calgary. And the thing is, with these teams that we've talked about, short of, mentioning a guy like Dane Smith, who's always going to be at the top of the assist ladder, you've got guys, Rob Hellier, 5th in the league in assists, and that's for an expansion team in Vegas. You look at the top 5 in goals, the top 5 in assists, and the top 5 in points. Dane Smith is top 5 in points because he's got 96 assists and he has 36 goals. Top 5 goal scorers, Riptide, Rochester with Connor Fields. I think Connor Fields is going to get hamstrung in the game against Buffalo. Robert Church in Saskatchewan, Tom Schreiber with the Rock of the Golden Horseshoe. Lyle Thompson is always down at the Georgia Swarm. Assists, Buffalo, Philadelphia with Mitch Jones, Jeff Teat, who had an MVP season, by the way, at 56 and 80. Yeah. Mark Matthews in Saskatchewan, and then Hellier in Vegas with the Desert Dogs. So what you're not seeing is what has gotten a lot of these teams into the postseason. You're not seeing that one guy that's got the big number short of Dane Smith in the postseason because, once again, you look at Dane Smith with assists, Connor Fields in goals, but he's 5th in points, 52 and 60. Then it's Robert Church, Tom Schreiber. You don't have a monopoly of a lot of these all-stars in the top 5 assists, and I think it's the effort that you see across the board, the balance that has gotten these 8 teams here with the stars that we mentioned, but not a lot of mentions for a lot of stars.
And just a side note, the National Lacrosse League finished as the regular season with 1,039 1,418 in attendance. A very, very good year coming off, back-to-back COVID years for the National Lacrosse League, and only better things to come next year. And then this year they had the Desert Dogs and all that. And like we talked several times, more expansion coming and more streamlined and all that. But it always is the East, Toronto, Buffalo. West, sometimes it's a little bit different, but how apropos will be this, because in National Hockey League they're talking about Edmonton maybe making the Stanley Cup final against some team in Toronto. So Toronto, Calgary, National Lacrosse League final. That's all I'm saying is that we'll come back next week to see that. But all in all, since I didn't have you on here for a few weeks here, John, give us your estimation on the National Lacrosse League season before we start the playoffs.
Well, I think that when you look at San Diego, I think that what you're seeing is a team, when Austin Stotts is healthy, what you're getting out of a team like San Diego. I mean, Dane Doby, just to give you the numbers on San Diego, and it's a lot of familiar names too. Yeah. Dane Doby had 45 goals. Curtis Dixon had 44. Wesley Berg had 39. Austin Stotts had 37 assists. Berg had a great year at 39 and 70. Doby 45 and 56. Dixon had 56 assists to go with his 44 goals. So you're seeing, and you're having me do math here. Doby at
100 points,
101 points. Curtis Dixon at 100 points. Wesley Berg at 109 points. Austin Stotts at 75 points. That's 4 deep, but they're not at the top of the ladder in all of those stats. And we mentioned who the one stars are, but the balance in San Diego to get them to a 14-4, I think, is something that really has shown out, and you really do get to see what a healthy Austin Stotts mean to a very deep San Diego club.
Aren't you glad that I positioned our studios in San Diego? I know you wanted it in Vegas and in Calgary. I said, no, you never hear a bad thing about San Diego. It's like Hawaii, right? Never hear a bad thing about San Diego. And I know back your former team, San Diego Superchargers, they shouldn't be called the LA anyways. But I digress there. That's the National Lacrosse League playoff weekend this weekend. Friday, 2 games. Saturday, 2 next week. We'll come back here and talk about an East final and West final, and we're down to the final 4. All right, John, tell everybody how they could get a hold of you social media wise, and John will be back here on Friday for the soccer show featuring myself, Giancarlo Lino, the coach, Carmen Asako. All in all, it's a must-watch TV. Go ahead.
Easiest way is on the Twitters at OSG Nelson, and you can also download the Soccer Down Here app available to iOS and Android. Go to soccerdownhere.net. OSG Sports app available iOS and Android as well. And if you're looking for book number 6, I always forget what shoulder it's over. It's the one over here by the scarves. Noble Strong Lessons in Destiny's book number 6 out on Amazon right now. Great story about a small town and a family that meant everything to them, and when that family was facing something, what the town did to wrap themselves around that family as they chased the championship in high school football. Very, very cool story with a family that means a great deal to me and the boss.
That's John Freeman Nelson, the Hall of Famer of OSG Sports. We'll be back for more Fired Up Live. Thank you, John.
Anytime, my friend.
Well, that was John Freeman Nelson of with Outside the Box previewing the National Lacrosse League playoffs that happens this weekend. The Maple Leafs have taken the 2-0 lead over the Florida Panthers earlier in the first period. 10 minutes left to go in the first period. Now, part of the Fired Up Network is female empowerment movement. Each and every week, we have Courtney Riddell doing the Renaissance Mama, and that's coming up next. Courtney Riddell, the Renaissance Mama, part of female empowerment movement. Here is Courtney Riddell's.
Hi, friends. I'm Courtney. I'm a performer, speaker, and a writer. I'm a mama to 3 crazy boys and a super sweet dog. I decided 12 years ago that I needed to create a business that worked for me instead of me working for it. I'm a multi-passionate entrepreneur who may be considered a serial entrepreneur by some, but then I realized that all of my businesses focused on connection, community, and creating an incredible experience. I cannot wait to share with you how to make small but mighty changes in your life to affect your overall well-being and create a life and business you want to get up in the morning for. That's right, my friends. I am the Renaissance Mama. Hi friends, it's me, Courtney, the Renaissance Mama, and I am so happy to have you here today watching or listening to the show. Thank you so much. It really means so much to me. And if you didn't hear, we on FiredUp Network are now on Mometu. So it's a free app you can download for streaming, watch some amazing networks, some amazing shows like this one, and share it with your friends, because that's how we grow and build and get out in the world. So that would mean so much to me. I hope you guys are doing really, really well. Actually, scratch that. I hope you guys are just doing amazing. I hope you are living your best life. I hope things are so good for you. I don't know if you noticed, but I have a little bit of pink in my hair. If you're watching videos, I got some big bright nails. There's something about this time of year that just makes me want to do something new, something different. It's spring, things are happening, things are changing. So that's what I thought we would chat about today, is why you need to do something new in your life now. And we're going to talk about the benefits. We're going to talk about what stops people from doing these new things, and just all the things that could happen to you if you try something new, trying to do something just that little bit different. So first of all, I want to back up a little bit. I want to share with you what really inspired me to chat about this conversation today, of how important it is to do something different in your life, for yourself, for your business, for your family, for your career, whatever it is. If there is a chance that you can do something new, or even just do something a little bit differently than you're doing right now, I think you are gonna see huge benefits. So a few weeks ago, I did this episode where it was life check-in, where I found myself in Nashville. I had been there like 3.5, 4 years ago. And I was really just kind of like lining up my life of like where I was and where I am now. Like there was a big enough difference, 4 years of a lot of things had changed. Some things had stayed the same, but some things were different. And what I had kind of taken away from that episode, and it really kind of got me thinking, was this concept that like, sometimes we are just doing the same things all the time. Even if we have different seasons within the year, they all kind of look the same. You might be going to the work to the same way every day. You might be eating similar foods. You might be doing regular routines, and that's great. And I love routine and habit and structure. But at what point are we doing the same things just for the sake of doing them? So I was really looking at that episode and how there were things that I was like, okay, this was different from 4 years ago. This is where I'm at now. Here's where I want to be. And the only way I'm going to get to be where I want to be and achieve the things I want to achieve is if I start doing something new, if I start doing something different. I can't do the exact same thing and expect different results. It's not going to happen. So that was my first inspiration. The second inspiration is I was having a talk with my husband, and I think it probably stemmed from that same episode of like, hey, you know what? Things have changed the last 4 years. And we were chatting about like, what do we think the next few years are looking at? He has these new opportunities with his work that he's working on. And I was like, oh, well, I have my projects that I love and I'm working on and I'm continuing forward with. But I also have a few things that are kind of like my safety blanket. I'm contracted out and I work on these projects, and same, I've done them for 4 or 5 years now. I like doing them. They make me happy, but it's not what lights me up. So I definitely use that phrase. It's my safety blanket. It's my, my income I can count on. And you know me though, once I get into something, I do it full out. So there's times where this thing that's supposed to be kind of my safety blanket
project that's not supposed to take all of my time, well, it takes all of my time. I put all of my effort into it because that's who I am. That's what I do, right? So I was realizing that he may have a point. So I'm looking at this project, I'm thinking, okay, well, what would it look like if I were to do something new? And he threw out a few suggestions, and I just got super defensive right away. And I was like, nope, I can't do that. I won't do that. No, that doesn't work with us. No, 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 no. And he thought I was getting all defensive because I didn't believe I could do something new. And that wasn't the case at all. I realized I was getting defensive because it would mean I would have to change my schedule. And that sounded so strange. Once I explained to him, like, that's what was holding me up, was that, like, this is what my week normally looks like. This is, I get up in the morning, I do my workout, I get the kids ready for school, I run with the dog, I come home and I work on projects for other people, I work for projects for myself, I sometimes have to do household stuff, and then I go pick up the kids, and then I work on some other projects, and then I take the kids for, their activities. And I was thinking about it even further, and it's so funny. It was just like, what does it matter if my schedule changes? Like, it's allowed to change. It can change. It probably should change. It's been similar for a while. So that's when I realized I might need to do something new. I need to start trying and doing something new and just see where that gets me. So that's what inspired me to realize I need to start doing something new. But when do you know you need to do something new? So I want to share with you some of the top times that you're like, ooh, I might need to try something new here. So number one time you need to do something new is, are you just too comfortable in doing what you're doing? Do you have the same routine? Do you have the same schedule? Are you checking boxes just for the sake of doing it? I will tell you, every time I want to, talk about a topic on my show, I find that topic all of a sudden pops up everywhere in my life. I start listening to myself. I start listening to others. I was literally listening to a podcast this morning of one of my faves, Jenna Kutcher, and she was actually talking about her book, How Are You Really? Which, if you haven't read it, I think you need to. It's not what I thought it was going to be, but it's what I actually needed to read and listen and hear. And I'm actually starting to read it again for the second time, because I think the first time I read it, I wasn't ready to really take it all in. But she was saying on her podcast, this one I was listening to, is that so many times in our lives, we are on autopilot. And I just agreed 100%, especially busy parents and moms and even entrepreneurs. Like, you do the things because you do the things. You're checking the boxes, you're keeping busy, you're, so many times you hit the end of the day and you're like, where did that day go? What happened? What's going on, right? You feel sometimes that you don't have control and you're just comfortable. You just do the same things because in your head somewhere, and this is for me, not for you, you might agree, you might not, but in my head somewhere, I told myself that just makes it easier. I will give you an example. I am a person who doesn't like to make tons of decisions. My husband makes fun of me all the time because even when we're in like a drive-through for Tim Hortons, which I've been to a billion times, I will sit there and like, hum and haw and try and decide what I want. And he's like, what, are you kidding me? You know the menu, you know what's going on. Like, just pick. But decision-making doesn't come easy to me. It's not something that I love. It's just like a thing you have to do in life. So for me, if I were to do the same thing all the time in my head, it just makes life easier. Where in reality, I think I'm just too comfortable doing the same thing. For another example, I go on almost the same run every day with my dog. In the winter, we do one path. In the summer, we do another path. And there are probably a billion other paths or routes or options I could take. But in my head, it's easier to just go this way or that way. And I go the same, like I start the same way and end the same way. So if you're doing something that you are just so comfortable doing, just check in with yourself. Is there a way you could do it a little bit different? Is there a way you can try something new? I'll give you another example. I even eat almost the same thing for breakfast and lunch almost every day, just because it's easier and I'm comfortable to just make the same thing. And I'm fine with that. I know there's lots of people that they are very different. So maybe you are one of those people and good for you. But me, I just get comfortable. I get into my routine and it just kind of goes. But having that conversation with my husband really made me look at my schedule. First of all, the schedule that I was so, ready to fight for, I realized it's not even really working for me the way I want it to. Somewhere, somehow, I started prioritizing things that maybe I shouldn't. I realized that the schedule myself wasn't really working. So here's this thing that I am, being super defensive and being like, I can't make changes. I can't do this. I can't start anything new because I have this schedule that I love. Where when I actually broke it down and looked at it, I was like, wait a second, it's not really even working for me. It's not even helping me get to where I want to be. So there was this moment in my head that I was like, oh, this is not helping me. This is not actually what I wanted. I was using this comfort as an excuse. I was using, this reason to not make any change or do something new as an excuse. And that is one of the times when you're like, oh, this is when you need to do something new in your life, is when you are so comfortable that you become unmotivated. You are so comfortable that you think you're just being lazy. And that's not necessarily true. Sometimes it's just you're comfortable. So you're in your routine, you're in your habits, you're doing the same things. So there's ways you can change and there's ways you can do something new. Let's talk careers and business for a minute. So I have two friends who, on paper, I would say they were people that liked their routine. Well, okay, they're both very different people. There's one who very much likes her routine and her structure, and this is how life went. She took, she had budgets every month for her family. She worked the same job for 15 years. It wasn't a job she necessarily loved, but it fit into her routine and her system. She was comfortable where she was. She had always kind of wondered what else was there, but really had no need to look because what she was doing worked for herself. It worked for her family, so things were fine. My other friend, she also was in a job where she'd been for about 7 or 8 years, and it was routine. She knew what to expect. She had some qualms about the job and the position and how they supported her. But at the end of the day, once again, she was moving up the ladder. She was comfortable where she was. She kind of knew what to expect. She knew what her hours looked like. She knew how to do the job. She felt comfortable and confident in the job. So things were fine. Well, last year, the one friend who was routine, structure, comfort, and that level quit that job of 15 years. This might have to be a full other episode later on because I am still so unbelievably proud of her. And she moved on to a new job in a new company in a brand new industry. And she's actually not even doing any of the things she did before, but she's using her skill set that she knew she had. And she is thriving. And now she has tons of new opportunities. There's new areas of growth. She she has these new relationships, everything is new, and life is so great. My other friend, because she was inspired by the first friend, she also decided to quit her job of 7 or 8 years, whatever it is. I should have checked this ahead of time. And she is doing something very, I would say, similar to what she was doing at her other job, but not the same. And in a brand new company that is giving her the support she needed, that has the structure she needed. She's getting the pay she deserves, and she is having tons of new opportunities. She is actually already up for a brand new position that she never even thought she could have in her life. She never even dreamed it, because she was so comfortable before in her position. She was so comfortable where she was. She was, this was how it is, and she stayed there. And that's the other thing too, that when you need to think about making a change or do something new in your life, when you start using the words, "That's just the way it is." And those are words that are so easy to say. They're so easy to use. But I find when I start using that sentence, that is a trigger in my mind of like, okay, wait a second. I might need to do something new here. I need to switch it up. I need to change it up. I need to even just change the energy, change how I'm thinking. Like, things need to change. If you're using that sentence, that's just the way it is, because it's not. You always have choices. You always have the ability to look at things in different ways. You always have an opportunity to do something new, do something different, and then make those changes that you want to make. The second time that I think you really need to possibly make a change in your life is when you are not feeling challenged or not feeling motivated. There's so many times when you're chatting with somebody and, they're telling you about what's going on in their life, and they say, "Oh, I'm busy. And that's one of those things where, like, I feel like we're just comfort. We say we're busy, and that makes life sound better or more interesting. And you probably are really busy. Like, trust me, I get it. Being busy is a real thing for sure. But then the next time when you are chatting with somebody, a friend, or even yourself, and you say something like, I don't know. I don't really want to do that. I'm kind of lazy. I'm just gonna, watch TV, or I'm not really motivated to do that, or I already do this instead, or whatever it is. But when you are not challenged and you are not motivated, you are not going to grow. You're not going to make changes. Things are not going to magically be different because you keep doing the same thing. You've got to sometimes push yourself a little bit. Sometimes you have to go out of that comfort zone. I will share you a story. I recently was chatting with somebody. Okay, let's go back a little bit. So I love my workouts. I work out every day. Makes me feel good. My mental health. Like I've shared about this many times. And unfortunately, I already told you, I do my same runs almost every day, but I also do very similar workouts. I love a good boot camp. One day I'll do a bike boot camp, and then the next day I'll do a treadmill boot camp. And I love that balance of cardio, go, and then a little bit of strength and back to cardio. That's just, I love it. That's what I like when I work out. But especially if you've ever tried to work out or do things, that if you do the same thing all the time, your body just adjusts to it. And you are not going to make any changes, and eventually you kind of plateau plateau. And I am so bad at just plateauing because I'm not challenging myself anymore. My body is just so used to what it's doing, and it can do it and it's fine. And I'm like I said, I was still getting the mental health benefits out of it. So it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. How many times in a day do you say it's fine? But go back to that conversation. So this friend of mine was telling me all about how she, whenever she really wants to get a big kick in her working out, she does 100 burpees a day for 30 days. That to me was absolutely insane. That is a lot of burpees. And if you work out at all, you're probably like, ew, burpees, or that's what I was like. But then as I thought about it a little further, I realized, well, wait a minute. One of the things that I, when I looked at that episode a few weeks ago, before and now, was I do feel like I'm kind of on this plateau. So maybe I need to switch things up. Maybe I need to change my routine. I need to do something new. And if you know me at all, I'm a tad bit competitive. So I was like, I can do this 100 burpees a day for 30 days. No problem. I work out every day. Whatever. Okay, so by day 2, I was in so much pain. I could barely walk. I was walking around like an old granny, and it blew my mind. You forget that sometimes it's really important to challenge yourself, to challenge your body, to challenge your brain, to challenge you, even the way you think or do things. Sometimes you just need to do something new or something different. I will say I'm almost on day 30. I think I'm on day 29. So I'm almost at my 3,000 burpees, and I feel incredibly proud. I feel stronger. I feel better. I feel different, but I also feel like once I hit those 30 days, I'm going to look for something new. I'm going to do some research. I'm actually going to reach out and get a personal trainer to see what is next for me. I am actually going to go get checked out and see what foods I can fuel my body. That was one of the other lessons I kind of took away from that episode of what's different between then and now. And one of the things is that I am changing. Things are changing within my body. So I can't do the same things I've always done. I need something new. I need something different. So when you feel like you're not motivated, or you're being lazy, or you're just not being challenged, that might be a sign that you need to do something new. The next time you might need to do something new is when you realize you're not interested in the thing you're actually doing. You're either not interested, maybe it doesn't bring you joy. And trust me, there are things on the daily that everyone has to do. Every single person in this whole wide world has to do, but they're not 100% interested in. But if you look at your day and you look at what you're doing, if you can't by the end of the day find anything that gets you excited, or anything that really gets you going, anything that you are interested in, I think that is time for you to do something new. And the hardest time is if you are in a job or a career or something that you're like, okay, I don't have choices. This is my job. This is how I have to do it. This is what somebody tells me to do. Then I get it. You can feel stuck. You can feel like you don't have as many options. But I always feel like you do. I always feel like you have choice. I always feel like there is something you can do that hopefully will bring you that joy, and hopefully will get you interested in what you're doing. And if you can't find it in the job or the career, then maybe it's time to look at a hobby. Maybe it's time to put some more effort into you and what you're all about and what you're doing. The other day Okay, well, let's go back a little bit again. I keep starting and keep figuring it out again. So I had this realization the other day that there are so many times where people, myself included, when we're on social media and we're looking at somebody or looking at something, or something pops up and you feel that like sting of jealousy. And I would really like people to start thinking of as jealousy, not as this like dirty, bad word, like, no, we shouldn't feel that, but rather the next time you see something or somebody or anything that makes you feel that like jealous emotion, what if instead you're like, ooh, why do I feel this? And why you're probably feeling it is there's something about that situation that you actually want. Maybe it's something you want to do. Maybe they're doing something you're like, oh, I always wished I could travel there with my family. All right, so let's take it a step back. What would that look like? Maybe there's a way you could make that happen. Okay, maybe that's not in the cards right now. Maybe there's a way you can like research it for a while with your family. Maybe there's a way you can make, I don't know. When you are not interested in what's happening in your life in the daily, that is a sign for me that you need to do something new. And I think there's so many opportunities for us out there. But if, like I said, if there is a way you could the next time really break down what you're kind of jealous about, why, what is it about it that you, and what is it that you actually want, not what you think you want. So my son the other day, he is in dance club at school, and he's funny because he's going through that preteen, teenage, like, I'm too cool, but you could tell there's parts of him that like still wants to do these things that make him happy, that he was interested in, but he's like fighting it. Like he's like, oh no, but I can't do that. Oh, I can't do that. But he's also like me, whereas he commits to something. So for this dance club, his teacher made him. And once he committed because he's like me. We sign up, we're part of it, we go all in. So we went to see his dance show production the other day. And it was just so sweet because, going into it, I said, I'm like, well, if you're going to do it, you got to like do it. He's like, oh, I know. So it was like, he left the stuff at the door of like trying to be too cool. And he did this dance, and it was just so fun for me to watch. And there was this moment that I was like, oh, I really wish I could be doing that right now. And it was that, like I said, that little ting of jealousy. And instead of like being like, oh my God, I shouldn't be jealous about that, this is silly, meh, 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 I just thought like, what is it about this that I want to do? And I realized that like, I don't get a chance to dance as much as I want to. So I wanted to do something new. I wanted to dance again. Well, of course, I started doing some of the research, and there was a dance class, but I was like, I just signed up for something else. I've got these other, obligations. I was like, okay, that's not going to work, which is fine. And then I really wanted to check out Stephanie Dean's Zumba class. I had her on the show a few weeks ago. It looks amazing. Same thing. I'm looking at my schedule like, oh, I haven't been able to fit it in yet. I'm still going to try. So it's definitely on my radar. But instead of just walking away and being like, okay, I can't do this, I don't have time for it, I broke it down even further. And I thought, wait a second, if all I really want to do right now is dance, like if that's what that feeling was like, I miss dance, I want to dance. I didn't even need to perform. I don't even need to be on the stage. I just wanted to dance. So I will tell you, for the last week or two, every night when I'm making dinner, or even, probably not doing the dishes because that could be a little dangerous, but definitely making dinner, I am having myself a dance party. I get, Alexa to throw on some music, and I just dance, and I have been loving it. Like, it has really been bringing me so much joy. and it didn't cost me anything. It's not even really taking time out of my day. I'm adding it to something else. Like, I don't even love making dinner. Sorry, I'm not one of those people. So why not add this joy to it? So I've been dancing again, and it is so much fun. And then once I started that, then yes, now I'm like, oh my gosh, I've got to get to one of Stephanie's classes. I've got to take this other dance class. I've got to do these other things, because it's like that spark started going again. That thing, now I'm interested again. Now I'm excited again. Now I don't know, it just like, it really started to light me up. So if you notice there's something happening in your life that you're just not that interested in anymore, I really, really want you to start looking for things that do interest you. And I also want you, from the next time you feel like, oh, I'm a little bit jealous about something or something, like, what is it about that jealousy? What do you want from that? Why are you jealous? What is that thing? And then try and find a way to make it happen. And it doesn't have to be that full thing. It could be like a step back and a step back and a step back. So you get that piece of that thing that interests you again, and light that spark, and then feel that energy. So those are the 3 main reasons when you know you need something new in your life. You're too comfortable, you are not feeling challenged, or you're not interested. If you feel those things, I think it's time for you to do something new. But now I want to talk a tiny bit, and not too long, because this episode's going to go on forever. I want to talk about one of the main reasons why we don't try something new. And let's be honest, it is fear. Fear is one of those things that you are always going to have in your life. It doesn't matter if you are proclaimed, I don't do fear, you are somebody who is outgoing, or you are a risk taker, or you are any of those things. One way or another, fear will creep into your decision making. So fear is one of those things, like I said, it kind of sneaks up on you, and it shows up in different ways. So I had this opportunity the other day. Someone had asked, so funny, they were looking for people to be ball hockey players for the summer. And I was like, you know what? I love watching my boys play hockey. I am a pretty competitive person, but I haven't done anything with a team like that for a while. Like, I direct my shows and I work with the kids, but I haven't done something with like peers, and I haven't had that competition feeling in a long time. So I was like really on the fence of this. Was this something I wanted to do? But right off the bat, I had a million excuses. And that's when we know fear creeps in, and it creeps in a sneaky way, because it's really easy to give all those excuses. Of course, I don't have time to do that. Of course, I don't really want to spend money on it. Oh, well, it's going to be hard to change everyone's schedule. Oh, well, I'm needed to do something else. Like, it's so easy to throw the excuses when really there's nothing for me to be afraid of. Like, it is something fun, it's something new, and it's something different. So I reached out to this person. I was like, you know what? I don't know if I can make the whole season. I don't know if I can make every game. I will try my very best. I don't know if I'm going to be very good, because let's be honest, I think I played hockey when I was like 12, and that was for school, and it wasn't even a real thing. But I want to do something new. I want that competition. I want that time for me. So I'm trying it. I'm looking at the fear is gone, because now I've already made the decision, and every week I'm gonna make the decision to put myself first, to try and do that thing I need to do. When it comes to business, man, same thing. When you realized fear is holding you back from doing the things you want to do, when you are nervous that you are gonna like step on someone's toes or bother them, or, I don't want to ask this person for this thing, or I don't want to share this with that person because I've already done that. You've got to say goodbye to all of that. Number one, I think we have to remember that we are more important in our own heads. Like, you think you're bothering that person, whoever, if you're sending them another email, they probably maybe never have saw the first email, right? So you are in your head being like, oh my God, I don't want them to think this. That might not be the case. So I would say, try your best to push the fear aside, acknowledge it, know it's there, but really, what is the worst that could happen? Once you decide that, then you realize it's probably not going to happen. So then what else could happen? What else could that look like? But fear is one of the biggest reasons why we don't do something new. Then, of course, I want to chat about the benefits of doing something new. So we talked about it. You can challenge your brain and your body. You doing something new can put a new perspective on things. It can make your outlook on things very, very different. Doing something new is probably going to provide you with new opportunities. Look at my two friends who quit their jobs of many, many years. Now they're doing things they never thought they could. They have a totally different life, different opportunities, things are happening for them, and it wouldn't have if they hadn't done something new. Doing something new can also just give you that inspiration again. I told you, just my dance parties at home by myself is now really igniting what I want to do. It's making me realize, okay, well, my course that I've been trying to sell, it has power behind it. And I know exactly who I want to share it with because I know how it makes me feel. I know when I was a kid, if it was a course I could have had or some of my friends could have had, like, it would have made them feel incredible. So all the benefits of trying something new, doing something different, it is worth all of the fear you may feel. It is worth, changing up the schedule. It is worth, just trying something different. And I think one of the most important things is that you need to realize when you do something new or you do something different, it doesn't have to be this like big life-changing decision. You could start small, like my dance party. You could, maybe the next time you see something on Instagram and you're like, ooh, I want to try that recipe. Why don't you try a new recipe tonight? Why don't you try a different route to work? Why don't you try to look at your schedule and switch it around a little bit? Do something a little bit different. Try something new. Maybe there is a new skill you want to learn. Maybe there is a new group you want to go out and check out. Maybe there's a new, friend down the street that you want to connect with. It doesn't have to be quit your job and get a new job. That's not what I want you to do. I just want to hear you do something new. Just one thing. One thing, because I think once you start the one thing, it's going to grow and it's going to keep on growing. And then my last note before we finish today, because you know me, I've got to play both sides, is if you try something new and if it's not for you, that's okay too. I have tried many, many, many times to love yoga and to love journaling. And there are times that journaling I like. I find it really helps me work through things. If I feel this like pit in my stomach, that's when I journal. Like, that's when I need to work things out. But I'm not somebody who wants to journal every day. I'm not somebody that has to get up in the morning and do it or does it at night. Like, it doesn't work for me. I've tried so many different ways. I listen to experts. I tried different suggestions. It wasn't for me. And maybe it's not for me right now, right? Things may change. Same with yoga. I've tried to be like, okay, I'm going to do some stretching, do some yoga. No, it doesn't get me going. But that dance party in the kitchen, Now that's something that is something I can work with. I could even do a slow motion dance party that kind of looks like yoga, but in my head, it's different. So trust me, you can try something new and it might not be for you, and that is fine too. All right, my friends, I hope you enjoyed this episode. I hope you noticed I am sitting somewhere new because I wanted to change it on up. So I would love to hear from you. And if you haven't reached out to me, maybe that's your new thing this week. You actually reach out to me, but you're going to answer this question for me. You're going to tell me, what is the one new thing you have done this week? I can't wait to hear about it. I just love it. So my friends, I hope you enjoyed this episode. I loved doing it. And I'm excited to share with you in the next few weeks what's new. Bye for now, friends.
Well, thank you to Courtney Riddell, Renaissance Mama. Part of the Fired Up Network each and every week is female empowerment movement, and Courtney is a big part of FEM here. And the first period at Scotiabank Arena, the Maple Leafs lead the Florida Panthers 2-1. 2-1 for the Maple Leafs. Now, Giancarlo is back as we preview UFC 288 happening Saturday on UFC On Guard. Hello, everybody. This is Joseph Pasek, and welcome to the Fired Up Network. Welcome to the flagship show of the Fired Up Network, Fired Up Live, and welcome to the UFC On Guard show at UFC 288 preview with my good, close personal friend. He's got more TV exposure than anybody here. He hasn't been on TV in about a month, so I decided to use him 3 times tonight. All right, that's Giancarlo Lino, UFC 288 happening this Saturday from the Prudential Center, or the Rock, in New York, New Jersey, the home of the Devils there. All right, let's get to the early prelims. Let's start off with Johnny Munoz versus Daniel Santos.
Yeah, to just get a gauge on the interest level. Like sometimes they really stack these up, like what we're going to see at UFC 290. But I think with this one, it's a little bit spread out. I think Johnny Munoz is a fighter that has a lot of upside. I think he'll get the win here, extend his winning streak. I see a decision, though. I don't see it being a submission win for him. I think they're going to go back and forth, and he'll probably control him on the ground. So I'll go Johnny Munoz.
All right, let's go to another early prelim, and then we'll get to the prelims. Smith against Porter in a heavyweight bout.
Yeah, this one, Porter looked not the greatest in his last 2. He's coming off a loss to Justin Hoffa. It was a first-round knockout loss, but if he can get back to where he was 3 years ago, where he went on a tear, he had wins over Chase Sherman and Alan Badeau, I think he could maybe get back in contention for ranking there in the heavyweight division, but it's going to take a lot of time, especially with his record now. The last 2 losses doesn't really make it that appealing at 12-8, but if he can get back in the win column, I think he can turn it around here. So I'll say Parker Porter edges out a win.
All right, let's start off with the prelim. Let's start off with a women's strawweight bout, number 5 against number 9. Go ahead, Rodriguez.
Yeah, I think Rodriguez wins this. Her last fight, she lost to a tough competitor in Lemos, so she was going in on a lot of momentum. She beat Michelle Watterson, Amanda Ribas, and Mackenzie Dern. Those were decisive wins. Then the Yan Jonan win there. She's another top fighter. She's a top 5 opponent there. So I think she can get another win here, get back in contention. I think it will just be one more win, and she's looking at the top 5 of the division. So I think she takes care of business here, and I'll go with a decision win again.
All right, so then we got a lightweight bout, Drew Dauber, number 14th rank. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think Drew Dauber is going to get the win. I know Frivola has been open that he wants to be the first one to hand him his first knockout loss. It's an interesting one because Dober, for whatever reason, is probably like the most resilient guy. I don't know what it is, but no one seems to be able to do it. So I think he does get the win here, continue that win streak. He's been talking about Patty Pimblett. I don't think Patty Pimblett would ever accept that kind of fight, but you never know if the UFC push that. So I think Dober wins this, extends it to 4 straight wins, and pushes the issue there with Patty Pimblett.
That should be interesting to see what if they do Patty Pimblett. So then you got Kron Gracie up against Charles.
Yeah, Kron Gracie hasn't fought in a while. I think it's 4 or 5 years where he hasn't fought. I know he lost to Cub Swanson, but before that, he was on a streak there. That Gracie family are known for their jiu-jitsu and grappling and submissions, and all his wins are all by submission. So I think this could be another tough test just to see where he is. Like that amount of time away, especially when he's 34 and he hasn't fought since he was like 29. It's going to be interesting to see how he looks. Charles Jordan too, like just a Canadian and what he's been able to do. I think Gracie's gonna get a submission. I think they got a guy with a 2-fight losing streak to come in, and they're gonna showcase Gracie to kick off the card.
And that's Gracie is synonymous, and of course this is the 30th anniversary of UFC there. So another good. I'm looking forward to this ladies match, a women's strawweight bout, Yan versus Jessica Andrade.
Yeah, it's an exciting one. I think Jessica Andrade has been one of those fighters at any weight class she's in, she's immediately in contention for a title. Just the power she brings and how consistent she's been. I think this could be a good win for her to get back on track. She's coming off a loss to Erin Blanchfield, who is looking like a top prospect in the UFC. So I don't think there's any shame in that. And before that, she was taking out all the top contenders again. So I think this is going to be another win for Jessica Andrade. She'll be right back in the title mix at strawweight.
So that's and then the co-main event, 3 bouts. The top 3 bouts on this card is really good. The co-main event, welterweight bout, number 5 versus number 4, Muhammad versus Gilbert Burns.
Yeah, Gilbert Burns' his 3rd fight already this year and back-to-back pay-per-views. He beat Masvidal in the last one. And Bilal Muhammad, there was all that talk there because Colby Covington's getting the next shot. So Gilbert Burns was going to be putting his name as an alternate. And when they found out that fight is going to be pushed from July to probably October, Gilbert Burns, it wasn't sitting well with him. And he called this shot here with Bilal Muhammad, and this really is a title eliminator. So whoever wins this is going to get the next shot against either Colby Covington or Leon Edwards. So I got Gilbert Burns winning just because he's been so consistent. His last 3 wins have been quick, and I think he gets a job done there against Bilal Muhammad.
And I know the main event of UFC 288 from the Prudential Center in New York, New Jersey, there, the home of the Devils, this Saturday. I know Nikki Bella is going to be watching this, right, Giancarlo? Bantamweight title bout, Henry Cejudo versus Sterling. And it's a good bout, but it's fairly even. If you ask me, some people pick Cejudo, some people pick Sterling. Who do you pick?
Yeah, this could really be a toss-up. It depends where most of the fight's going to be. Like Sterling's obviously been active, and he as a champion now has a chance to do something that no other bantamweight champion has done by retaining it 3 times. And he's facing Cejudo, who never lost that same title. So it's going to be interesting, but I'm leaning more towards Henry Cejudo becoming the 2-time bantamweight champion. And I think he's going to surprise some people here. He's been off for 3 years, but he has been involved in coaching a lot of top fighters. So I think Cejudo wins the title again.
All right, that's UFC 288. Before we go, I got to ask you this. It looks like another Paul bout is in the works. Paul versus Diaz, or is it because Diaz is in trouble with the law there and all that, but it looks like they're going to have a press conference. Are you looking forward to this bout?
Yeah, it should be another exciting one, I guess. The social influencer crowd, and they get another MMA guy, but I think Nate Diaz is going to come in here, look to get a big, quick win, and go back and cash in on the UFC. So I think Diaz will be motivated to really put a stamp on this, end it, and then the price is just going to go back up, and then the UFC will come calling and set up a fight with McGregor again. So I think Diaz is looking for money here.
Okay, and now I gotta ask you about John Jones. They're saying it could happen his next title defense, July, August, and all that, but he's already looking past that. He says, "Well, doesn't matter. He'll win that bout and retire unless they bring him Francis Ngannou." Obviously, he left, and who knows what's going to happen here. What do you think of? They bring back John Jones, then they lose the heavyweight champion. Like, what's going on here?
Yeah, it looks like that probably won't happen unless Francis Ngannou, because it looks like he's going to sign with the PFL. If he fights 3 guys in a span of less than a year and then does boxing, which he said he wanted to do, I don't see it happening, but you never know. They could do a cross promotion if there's demand, and I just don't see it. I think they missed out on that. I think they could have had Francis Ngannou come out after John Jones and Cyril Gane fought, and he could have challenged a winner instead of Stipe Miocic. But I would rather right now, if guys that are on the roster, Sergey Pavlovich looks like a suitable opposition or replacement for Ngannou, because he's finishing the top guys in 1 round. So if we're not going to get Ngannou, I hope it's Pavlovich that fights John Jones.
All right, and you mentioned McGregor. I gotta ask. I always ask this. What's the latest you hear from? And he looks in good shape. He looks in good shape and all that. What's is the mystique from Conor McGregor gone? And even if he picks up a victory, is the mystique back then?
Yeah, I think so. I think he's still the most popular guy. I think when the Ultimate Fighter starts later this month with Chandler, we'll probably start hearing more of the timeline for that fight. I know he has to go back in the USADA testing for 6 months, but they'll probably waive it. It's Conor McGregor. I think they should. But it's just going to probably come down to when they want to do the fight. It's definitely going to be a main event. If they're pushing for maybe a stadium event, you can do that at the end of the year in Allegiant Stadium, or you can just go to T-Mobile Arena again, but it'll probably be at the end of the year because they already have, it looks like, their next few months mapped out, and if they're going to promote Conor McGregor fighting, they'll probably take advantage of that when the finale of The Ultimate Fighter comes.
All right, and with the Endeavor deal with WWE and UFC and all that, they're saying they're keeping their hands off creative for WWE and all that, but could we see now more than ever crossway here, maybe a heavyweight champion taking on Brock Lesnar, maybe Daniel Cormier getting in the ring, or can we see that? And let me ask you this: even if we do see Brock Lesnar against whoever, right? Is it going to be scripted, or is it going to be, because Brock Lesnar, you can't tell him, okay, we're going to do a scripted, and then he's facing a real guy who takes off your head.
Yeah, I think Brock Lesnar's going to, I doubt it. USADA's also involved, and he had a suspension that was retroactive. So, I don't know how that would work. They would have to do a lot of maneuvering there, but I doubt we'll see Brock Lesnar fight. I doubt we'll see Ronda Rousey fight. The last 2 didn't really go according to plan there. So, if anything, I think we'll see maybe a UFC guy in the crowd involved with a WWE matchup as a special guest referee, and probably from there we'll see probably a lot of events where, like they do with a lot of Endeavor actors that are signed to them, they'll be in the crowd, and I think that's a win-win for everyone, because if it's let's say the US champion Austin Theory, he can be in the crowd, they can show him on the big screen and make it look like a big deal. So I think that's a win-win for everyone.
And Giancarlo, since you haven't been on here, have you downloaded the Mometu app? Have you watched all of our shows, even your nice pretty face on Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Samsung TV Plus, Apple TV, Android TV. Have you watched it?
I have downloaded the
And,
app on my phone,
and
and looks good.
okay, hold on. What looks better, you in TV going internationally, or Billy the Greek?
I haven't seen him on here, so I've only seen it when it's been me on the
Oh,
soccer
so
show.
it's all
Coincidence.
about you. It's all about you. You think you're the big time now. You're on Sportskeeda and on Fired Up Network. It's all about you. Are you going to be on the soccer show on Friday?
Yeah, we'll have to see. It looks like
What do you
it.
mean you have to see? Yes or no?
It'll depend on everyone's schedule, but it looks like yeah. I don't see why not.
Do you want to get the Octagon with Carmen Asako?
No.
Do you think Carmen Asako would take you? Would give you low blows? What? Come on.
Yeah, he's a professional athlete, so I think Carmen Sacco would win.
And he's the headmaster coach of York University. All right. So, Giancarlo, tell everybody how they could get a hold of you.
Yeah, you can follow me on social media, on Twitter at John_411, Instagram, Giancarlo_Alino, and check out if you want to read my articles on firedupnetwork.ca.
That's Giancarlo Alino, and he'll be back one more segment towards the end of the show with your On the Mat Wrestling Show, a preview of WWE Backlash from Puerto Rico featuring Bad Bunny. Second period, Florida leads the Maple Leafs 3-2 now. Florida leads the Maple Leafs 3-2, and the Blue Jays are losing 8-4 to the Red Sox. Now, I present NBA Jump Ball with Captain Canada, Drew Ebanks of On Point Basketball, and the newest member to the Fired Up Network team. We're proud to have him, Alex Campbell. Hey everybody, this is Joseph Hasek, and welcome to the Fired Up Network. Welcome to the flagship show of the Fired Up Network, Fired Up Live, and welcome to NBA Jump Ball, and welcome to a new member of the team. I had to pair him up with Captain Canada because Captain Canada says he's the hottest free agent. He's everything like that. I don't know. He always tells me these free agents and all that. Some turn out, some not. But it's Drew Ebanks, OnPointBasketball.com, and Alex Campbell. You've seen him on the Greek and Norm show. Here we go. We're going to talk about NBA playoffs. Drew, I'll start off with you. 1-1. The Knicks, Miami Heat. Miami, Jimmy Butler showing up on game one. It looks like they were happy taking game one in New York. Game two, lay an egg. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, and that usually happens, right? When a team comes in, especially a team that steals that first game on the road, the team that's at home, they got to make adjustments. They can't afford to go down 2-0 heading back, on the road. And so, yeah, they bounce back pretty nicely. I like the fact that, a lot of the things you say about the Knicks, they're still an evolving franchise. They're right now in a rebuilding stage. And in my opinion, they're kind of ahead of where they are going to be. I think if they continue to develop their young players, obviously we know RJ Barrett being a Canadian player, but you see with the free agent acquisition that they brought over at point guard spot, he's been a tremendous leader for them as well. And you love to see basketball in the playoffs in New York. Right, that is a beautiful.
No, you just like to see Spike Lee, who hasn't got you in a movie yet. Unlike the president of the province of Canada.
I don't mind seeing Spike Lee as long as it's not against the Raptors when the Raptors are playing. But no, to have Spike Lee back in the playoffs, that's huge. And you saw, guys, Celebrity Row was insane already for this series. But just to see New York back in the mix, Brunson, as we mentioned, has brought another dimension to this team. The fact that RJ, you can take the pressure off of him, all the other players on that team, you take the pressure off of them, and then they have great development as far as their young guys being able to come in and, forge some minutes on that team. It's going to be interesting to see now how they react on the road after getting the split at home to see if they really have what it takes to win in Miami. That's going to be a tough environment to play in.
All right, Alex, what do you think of the series thus far? And by the way, Spike Lee has like 75 glasses, all different colors, orange, blue, red, and Drew wants to wear the pink ones. Go ahead.
Pink ones, all right. Well, I mean, I agree. I think the Knicks are a year ahead. Basically, I think you can look at the Knicks and like their mirror on the West side is on the Western Conference is probably Sacramento right now, and then I think both teams could probably use like another. I mean, not necessarily a superstar, but maybe like another 16 to 20 point a night kind of guy that they can just kind of infuse into the lineup. And really kind of and make that difference and put them over the edge. And they both got here maybe a year sooner than expected. Brunson was a fantastic signing. I think a lot of people question it, especially given the size of the contract that it was, but it's worked out great. He's really kind of galvanized everybody. And, this looks like so much more of a professional and efficient basketball team when Brunson's on the floor and really all season because mainly of that signing. So, I mean, that's just been tremendous. Ultimately, it was a little disheartening that the Heat were able to keep it so close with Butler out. I think that's one of the overarching sentiments of the game is that, it's a 6-point game in the end and, Jimmy Butler's not there. And now you're going back to Miami. That's going to be tough. And of course, that's the other big question, is Jimmy Butler and the injury, is he going to be available for game 3? And even if he and ankle injuries are tough, especially let's say if it's like a high ankle sprain. I mean, that's a tough injury sometimes. And, we don't know what version of Jimmy Butler we're going to see. Playoff Jimmy Butler's been fantastic, right? So far, I mean, playoff Jimmy Butler's been putting up close to Michael Jordan numbers. So, I mean, hey, any percentage of that, should make a better than 6-point difference.
Well, Jimmy Butler will be playing. There's nothing going to stop this guy. And like you said, Michael Jordan numbers a couple games ago, 56 points. Jimmy Butler, playoff Butler. Well, I need a Butler. Drew, get me a playoff Butler, all right? Put it that way. All right, let's go. I'll start off with Alex in the other side here. Philly and Boston. Philly, finally, and Drew, we talked about this with Anthony K and everything like that for weeks. Joel Embiid is your MVP. Now, Alex, you weren't part of this discussion on all that. Do you think would you have given it to Joel Embiid, or would you have given it to the Greek Freak, or would you have given it for the 72nd time in a row to Jokic?
I mean, Jokic is really incredible to watch. I mean, in my opinion, it probably goes to him because I think he's the most uniquely talented player in the league, and he's probably the most valuable because where would that Nuggets team be without him? I mean, they're decimating the Suns right now. They're up 2-0. They're going to win that series. I don't think there's any chance that, even with Durant, even if he plays at his height, the Suns are going to reel off 4 in a row at this point. So, I mean, the Nuggets are playing fantastic, and the entire offense runs through him. And really nobody can stop him. I mean, look at DeAndre Ayton, the other night. I mean, he couldn't hold a candle to him. And it's not like he's got some massive size advantage. I mean, he's 6'11". He's not one of these, 7'4", 7'5" guys. And, he's not Yao Ming out there. But he finds kind of his angle and his spot. And man, I mean, he sees the floor so well for a big man. I don't think I've seen anything quite like that. And his chemistry with Murray is just fantastic. Jokic is something, there's not another Jokic in the league. There just isn't. Embiid's fantastic, but I mean, I think there's just more dimension to Jokic. I mean, Embiid's a better defender, but I still give the edge to Jokic overall.
All right. So, Drew, what do you say? First of all, with the MVP, we talked about it, Embiid winning it. He deserves it. But would you still, because Jokic won it 2 years and then Giannis and all that, would you still give it to him this year?
Well, I mean, if you give the MVP 3 in a row to Joker, that's a huge statement. That is basically putting him in the upper echelon of anybody that's ever played the game. Who are the two that have it already 3 in a row? What is that? Bird and Wilt?
That's it. But I think that's the flaw of the entire system, though, right? I mean, that's something that's, as an NBA fan for a long time, that's really frustrated me. Look, if we were being honest, Jordan would have won 9 in a row, 10 in a row. LeBron also would have won 9 in a row. I mean, and so because they didn't, now we have this standard, and we don't know what to do in these situations. There's no precedent that's been set. So now we come up with these questions because that precedent should exist. I mean, LeBron should have won 9, 10 in a row. Jordan should have won, at least 7, 8, 9 in a row. That didn't happen, and now here we are.
Yeah, it's really a tough thing. I mean, it's the sentiment as well that forms the opinion, and the sentiment changed. I think at one point, pretty late in the season, it was almost a foregone conclusion that Joker had that third, MVP.
Yeah.
But some narratives started coming to play. People started looking at, you know what, if you do give him that third, like that's putting him right up there with some of the greats, and he hasn't won. If it was, say, Joker had won a championship or at minimum got to the NBA Finals at some point already before this, I think it would have been a good chance he would have been able to take that third. But when you look at that and put everything in perspective, I think that swayed the votes and changed it. And then let's face it, Embiid's been there, the past 3 years. He's been right there as far as in the talks for MVP. So with all being said, with everything you mentioned as well, Alex, it's only fitting that he gets one.
That's fair.
One.
That's fair.
That's kind of the sentiment.
Yeah. All right, so let's get back to the East. Philly, Boston, 1-1. Harden playing out of his mind. First game. Second game, 13 points, assists, and everything like that. But Alex, I'll start off with you because you're in Boston here.
Yeah.
Is it if Philly comes back or comes and wins this series, how devastating would that be for the Celtics?
Oh, for the Celtics, it would absolutely be devastating. One of the understated narratives I think nationally that's going on with the Celtics right now that you hear all over Boston is the Jaylen Brown talk about the future. I mean, I don't know that they have that completely figured out yet.
Get him over to Toronto. I'll take him in a heartbeat.
I think a lot of
you don't take anybody.
You want
OG? Even the guy Brooks here. There's talk of Brooks coming here.
Man.
Yeah. And I think if it ends poorly, that's going to make those negotiations even harder, right? I mean, if they win a championship this year, I think an extension is more likely. If they don't, I think it makes those negotiations harder, especially if he outplays Tatum like he has and has in previous playoffs, and they don't get that nailed, and they don't nail it down. I think relatively ominous, and that's really the question mark for me too is Jason Tatum. We've seen him kind of take a few steps over the course of his career. This is now he's got to get this monkey off his back too. He cannot have games where he goes 1 for 7 and almost fouls out by the third quarter. I mean, I'm glad the Celtics have this much depth, but they're going to need more than that as the playoffs go on. Like you said, Joe. Harden gave it his all in game 1 and was not able to give much in game 2. I think he was 2 of 12, 2 of 13, something like that. I mean, he had an awful shooting night. He went 0 for 3, or not 0 for 3, but 0 for like 7 or 8 from 3. It was just a rough game from Harden there. And I think it's because he, spent so much energy in game 1. He just went off because he had to. So yeah.
I like your points. I don't know, as far as Jaylen Brown, I don't know if Boston realizes or Boston fans, media, what type of player they have. I mean,
right.
For a guy like that to come up in trade talks every single point in the year is very disrespectful. And like I said, that's a guy who to me is one of the best players in the NBA. I don't care as far as, MVP balloting, maybe he's not there. But the guy gets it done on both ends. He can perform big time performances when he needs to. And the fact that, that this happens to him, he must be feeling a ways. And I mean, if it takes certain players on a Raptors team to make that happen, I think it would be in a heartbeat. If I was the GM or president, I would make a move to try to get Jaylen Brown because, as you said, they're not seeing the value.
No, they're
and
not.
Then Tatum, I think Tatum's main problem, guys, he's playing this finesse game. To me, Jason Tatum is an incredible size as far as talent. Yeah, he needs to take advantage of that size and get to the hoop and really smash rims. But he's trying to play that kind of finesse game, shooting threes, a lot of pull-ups, it's fine. But you're 6'10", bro. You're a big guy. And it's funny, when you look at Tatum, you really get lost the fact of how big that guy is on the court and how big he is compared to other players. So I'd like to see him become more aggressive, get to the hoop more for Boston. And I think for them, the series is in their pocket. Joel Embiid is not 100%. James Harden is not going to be able to perform that for 6 or 7 games like he used to. So
Right.
Boston's just got to play the way they need to play, and that's being more aggressive, play smarter, and play better defense.
So,
to win
Alex,
that
what
series.
Drew is saying, Philadelphia misses Ben Simmons. All right, so that's what
Wow.
that's what Drew is saying. All right, so let's look at the West. We touched on it, Phoenix and Denver, and with Phoenix, Chris Paul aggravated
Again.
and it seems like always, we talked about he won, Joel Embiid won, but he's always injured when it's crunch time, here. And let's face it, you're going up against Denver. And now Denver winning 2-0, and tomorrow they're game 3.
Wow.
And if they win tomorrow, they may sweep. And if they sweep, because Golden State and Lakers is going to go a long series. So Denver could be relaxed for about a week, 10 days, and everything like that. Drew, we'll start off with you with Denver Phoenix.
Smell blood, taste blood, whatever you want to call it. That's the way Denver has to look at it right now. They hit the lottery going up 2-0 in that series. They can't let the Suns up off the pavement, up off the mat. They have to go for the jugular in game 3. Once they snap that neck in game 3, game 4 is pretty much, it could be a given that they're going to take it in 4. But they need to realize that, there's just not enough depth. And then when you take up Chris Paul, that reduces the depth even more. After the trade to get KD over, they lost some good, solid pieces that actually were very good contributors. You see what Bridges is doing over with the Nets. You lose Cameron Johnson. Like those players were key for the Suns. They're in big trouble right now. Denver rolling. Bubble Jamal is back. He's doing what he does with the Joker. The chemistry is unparalleled, I think, right now in the NBA. 2 players that are so in sync. It's incredible to see. And then you look at their role players, and Aaron Gordon, who is a player that's underrated. He's just a solid rebounder, can give you 15, 20 points on a given night. And MCW, Michael Carter, those kind of guys are just invaluable. Long guys, athletic. Bruce Brown, you got to give my guy Bruce Brown a lot of props because he's playing well. And also Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, a former Laker, getting it done over there for Denver. They're going to be tough guys, and don't overlook them. We said it has to go through Golden State, but it could have to go through Denver in order to make it out of the West to the NBA Finals.
So, Alex, what this guy is again trying out, he long-winded. Okay, do you think, Alex? Let me tell you, Denver and that Jokic is more motivated that he wasn't named MVP and he'll slam it home in game 3 because they're going to depend on him and Murray there.
Well, I'd like to think that's a small motivation because with the 2 already in his pocket and the overall narrative that it's because you haven't won a championship. I think his eyes have to be on the championship. You know what I mean? At this point, he has to start chasing another form of history because, like Drew alluded to, unless he puts a ring on his finger, he's unlikely to win a third. I mean, and that's the reality of it. He could be 13, 14, 15-time All-Star and still not win a third MVP. I think that maybe it's a little frustrating for him, sure. But I think that what matters more is winning that title. And the Nuggets really have looked like the strongest. If you look at this like an NCAA bracket, they're the strongest 1 seed here. Yeah. So far, and that's something that I think a lot of people didn't see coming. I think a lot of people saw Boston as probably the strongest, overall seed here. And they're certainly, I would say, the deepest team, but the Nuggets are right there as far as depth. I really like the KCP reference. He's been playing great. And then, of course, like you said, I just couldn't agree more. The chemistry between the Joker and Murray is just, through the roof. I think, and Joe, I think you're right too. I think that the West really does run through Denver. We'll talk about the Lakers Warriors here in just a second, but I think ultimately, the Nuggets are the firm number 1 seed in the West.
All right.
I think I said Michael Carter. It's Michael Porter Jr. So all these 3 syllable
I don't want to
names.
say anything, but he's getting a little bit old,
Michael Carter Williams
on the ball.
former really high draft pick, wasn't he? Carter Williams was like
he was. You're right.
He was, I think, fourth or fifth. So,
yeah. And Porter fell because of his back injury. Fell in the draft as well.
Right. All right, so now 9 p.m. tonight, we got it. LeBron versus Steph. I'll start off with Alex in this one.
Yeah.
LeBron versus Steph. This is like me versus Drew, right? A small guy, but
No
I
chance.
still
You
what?
got no chance. I'll
No
post
chance.
up and
That's
dunk.
right. I'm
I'll
the
post
Michael
up and
Jordan, the
dunk on
president of
you.
provinces of Canada, the mayor-elect of North. By the way, Alex, I'm the mayor-elect of North America. I don't know if you know that.
Oh
All right.
yeah.
So here we go. Golden State Lakers. And are you surprised? I'm going to ask you game one. Are you surprised that the Lakers took it? And LeBron is LeBron, but he wasn't LeBron-ish.
Right.
They relied on AD.
Well, yeah, I think LeBron's been waiting 3 years to be able to rely on AD. So I think he's been waiting. The bubble was like an
Yeah,
eye
but for
opener. I think that
7
was the
games, not
intent
for
when.
one. Not for one, for 7 games.
Yeah, I think that was the intent when he came to LA with AD is to really pass along the baton as far as the leader on the court. And then just play a supplemental role. I mean, when in spots, LeBron is fantastic, and if you need him to play that leadership role, he can still get it done. But it's a problem, just like what we saw with Harden, is that these players. I mean, they're phenomenal scorers, and they can get. It's kind of like remember that old Toby Keith song,
Yeah.
right? As good as I'm as good as I once was.
But I would never be as good as I'd be.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I ain't as good as I once was, but I'm as good once as I ever was, and that's what we get. That's what we get out of Harden one time, and we're gonna get a 45-pointer out of LeBron if they really need it. But what comes in that next game is probably not that. So he's just kind of filling the spots where needed. Anthony Davis has been playing phenomenal. Anthony Davis has been playing like a top 5 NBA player for about I would say the last 3 weeks or so. And I think ultimately that's still his potential. I mean, he's such a lockdown defender in the paint. It's pretty much him and Embiid in a class to their own right now. I mean, did you see Embiid in the first half last night? He was phenomenal. 5 blocks and a half. I mean, good Lord. But yeah, Davis is right there with him. A guy. I mean, you remember Davis in the bubble that year? I mean, he dismantled the Heat's offense pretty much single-handedly down the stretch there in that series. Davis has just been playing like that same old bubble Davis, and I think he's gonna need to do that to win. I wasn't surprised that they won because they're both on 3 days rest, and actually they both played 40 minutes. LeBron and AD. That was only the 3rd time all season that both played 40 plus minutes in a game. So for that reason, I don't think they're gonna have enough gas in the tank to win the entire series. And I think the Warriors aren't in any real trouble. They have such a good ability to rally. And Steph Curry is just downright magical.
All right. Well, he says they're not. If they lose tonight, they're in trouble. Put it that way.
If they lose tonight, they're in trouble. But I don't think they lose tonight. Look, I mean, the Warriors lost on the road in Sacramento the first game, and they lit the beam, and everybody's freaking out. But look what happened there. I mean, there's something about Kerr, and that organization. That is the smartest organization in the NBA. They know how to study. They just do.
So I'm going to ask Drew this. If Steph Curry beats LeBron and then they win the championship, so that's number 5. Do you put Steph Curry ahead of LeBron on your Mount Rushmore? Of course, I'm number 1 on the Mount Rushmore. I'm number 2 on the Mount Rushmore. I'll pass it to Michael Jordan, number 3. But who's number 4 on your Mount Rushmore? Is it LeBron or is it Steph if Steph wins this time?
No, I don't think you can really. I mean, obviously, him having his 5th chip, if Golden State were to win, would put him 1 ahead of LeBron. But I still think overall body of work, the fact that LeBron is the league's all-time scorer, how many NBA Finals trips, I still think it's Jordan 1A and LeBron 1B at the moment, and then you have Curry coming in somewhere in that top 10, and with another chip could put him in the top 5. As well. But as Alex said, for Golden State, you don't really worry because it's not the elimination game. As long as it's not the elimination game, Golden State is still in it. Obviously, there was a quick turnaround for them. You could see it, I think, in the way they played against the Lakers. And that performance by Anthony Davis was one of the all-time performances that we've ever seen. Can he come up with that performance for 4 or 5 games of the series? I'm not sure. But if he can end up playing putting up those kind of numbers, especially when I look at defensively, guys, it wasn't only like whatever amount of blocks he had in the game, but it was just his presence, his length, his altering shots inside. And what I was really surprised with Golden State trying to challenge AD inside, you saw near the end of the game, Steph went up for a layup. I'm not sure what he was thinking there. He thought he could throw his little teardrop. No, AD, boom, rejected. Several other times he rejected players as well. Just his presence defensively, if he can keep that up and then drop 20 to 30 points, I don't think it's going to be a foregone conclusion, but I think the Lakers have a big chance. And then you look at the bigs on the other side for Golden State, and Looney can't get it done. Draymond just too small against AD. So they need to really take advantage. AD has to play the series of his life, and if he does, it's going to be the Lakers going to the Western Finals.
Mm-hmm. All right, so Drew, I'll start off with you here. Here's the Canadian talk, Alex. So, but I want you to chime in here. It looks like, as we reported here first, Drew, Nick Nurse out and all that. Now, people were saying it's going to be Houston. Well, I said it's not going to be Houston, and I'm going to give you breaking news, Drew. Breaking news here worldwide. You're going to get fluent here, all right? Drew, listen to this. Nick Nurse did have a meeting with Detroit, but I don't think he will work with Dwayne Casey. Out of the blue, Atlanta, he has a meeting with Atlanta and Portland. Nobody is talking about those two teams. Everybody thinks he's going to go to Milwaukee, and because Milwaukee did not go through and everything like that, and that still may be, an option. But I hear now Atlanta, and specifically I hear Portland. Nobody has talked about that. Drew, what do you think those teams, and where's the best fit, would you say, out of those teams for Nick Nurse?
Wow, what'd you say, Portland, and who was the other team?
Atlanta. And Milwaukee, he did have conversations with Milwaukee.
Don't all those teams have coaches at the moment?
Yes.
That's a very sticky
all of them are very disappointed. Well, Milwaukee, and not getting out of the first round. Atlanta also, and Portland. You have the one of the best players there, and year after year after year, they're not even in the play-in.
Well, I don't know if you could put that all on the coach. I mean, Chauncey Billups, I think from all, people around, respect what he's done, respect what he can do. Quinn Snyder, I'm not sure the status there as far as was he named interim. I can't remember, or he's a head coach there as well. Milwaukee, I mean, Coach Buds has always been, he got lucky. I'll tell you, if certain actions, KD has a smaller toe, maybe Milwaukee doesn't even win that chip, and he doesn't hit that line on that three. I think those situations are interesting. Would they go and fire these coaches now to bring in Nick Nurse? I'm not sure. I really think Nick Nurse, he got a benefit from obviously Coach Casey's build up of that team. And then when you can strike gold with a player like Kawhi, then you look at what he did after that. It's been kind of disappointing, guys, the last 2 seasons under Nick Nurse. Obviously, he's going to get another shot. I believe he deserves another shot. I just don't know if he's going to be able to, usurp those coaches that are in those roles. I think, though, the real dicey one, in my opinion, would be the Quinn Snyder one. I think the other two, and then I think maybe Buds is on the hot seat a bit from losing to the 8th seed, a play-in team. But as far as Chauncey, I think he's pretty solid there. I think they need to turn their mindset to maybe trying to move Damian Lillard and really rebuilding around Anthony Simons and, of course, Shaedon Sharpe. That's my take on Portland.
So, Alex, let me ask you this. We're based out of Canada. That's why he's Captain Canada and everything like that. What are people talking in the States here in Boston area about Toronto in the NBA, about Nick Nurse, is there any talk given in the States to Toronto?
No, I mean, I heard the Detroit thing, earlier today too. I don't think Casey's going.
They don't care about Toronto.
Yeah, I don't think Casey's going anywhere, like at least not right now, not yet.
Well, I agree. Casey has been moved up. He's no longer the coach.
That's right.
I agree that Snyder is the ticket there, though. I think Atlanta has like Atlanta just feels like their talent level is outpacing their performance, and it has for a while, and there appears to be some kind of locker room division type thing, because I don't see a lot of Trae Young and the teammates, celebrating. There was some clip the other night I saw where he hits a winning shot, and there's literally the whole team embraces each other, and like literally he's standing there by himself. He looks like the guy that came to prom alone. And it was like the most telling. You get those like quintessential moments. It was like the most telling moment right there, is that like you just won the game. I mean, he should be hoisted on shoulders, and he's not. You know what I mean? And so, as his career goes on, is he somebody that that can lead a team to a championship? I mean, I have questions about that. Is it the coach's fault? Either way, I don't think that what they have set up in Atlanta with him and Collins and the gang, like, I don't think that stays together.
All right, so just a question, since Alex is here, just a question for NFL here, because Drew, his favorite team in the NFL. Drew, who's your favorite team in the NFL?
My team for many, many decades is the Philadelphia Eagles.
No, do that, caca. Come on.
We good. We good on that. We won't subject Alex to that on the first show. But safe to say, the moves they've made. Oh man, we got the Georgia defense headlining the Eagles this year, and we got our quarterback locked up. So, dude, it's on again. Don't hate Buffalo Bills fans. Do not hate.
First of all, I'm a Bills fan. The Bills, okay, first I'm going to ask you, the draft happened, Alex. Talk about the Eagles, and for me, talk about the Bills. So start off with the Eagles.
Eagles had a great draft. Eagles had a great draft. That Carter was a great draft pick. They really kind of restocked from the losses they had in the offseason, and they're loaded and ready to go. I mean, locking Jalen Hurts down on that big contract was a big deal. It's not the least team friendly deal, so it allows them some flexibility in the salary cap going forward, which I think is phenomenal. That's to me the best thing about where the Eagles are right now. I always kind of look at it through that lens. If you have that hot quarterback, I mean, what does that next deal look like? Because it can be crippling. I think we all remember the Legion of Boom and how it had to be dismantled over Russell Wilson's contract. And if that happens a lot, I think that's why a lot of the goal of modern NFL teams is get the hot quarterback on the rookie deal and try to stock the roster, with a bunch of talent, because, we get them on the cheap and we can make that happen. But I think, locking out a team friendly deal like that, they're going to be able to hold on to roster spots. And I think that's the best thing. And like you said, Georgia North, basically. I mean, that's where Philadelphia, the defense is. I like Philly to win that division again this year. And compete. My favorite team in the league is definitely the Lions. And I think they're pretty much universally predicted to be division champions this year. So I'm hopeful that pans out.
No wonder it's going to snow in July.
About time. Yeah, about time.
All right. What about the first of all, both you guys, great teams, but the 2024 Super Bowl champions, right? Start circling the wagons. Where's Chris Berman when I need him? Are the Buffalo Bills? What do you say about their pick moving up? And it's comparable to Travis Kelce. If they get this guy as Travis Kelce with Josh Allen, forget about the Eagles. Forget about the Chiefs. Forget about the Toronto Argonauts. Super Bowl champions, not only 24, not only 20. I sound like LeBron James. We're going to win 6 rings.
Not one, not two, Alex. Not 3. Yeah. No, I like Kincaid. I like Kincaid a lot. I think a lot of people had him number 1 tight end on the draft board. I mean, so that's great. I like Kincaid a lot. He makes a lot of good catches. He's a very good route runner. He can block a little bit too. I don't know if he's Travis Kelce. I mean, hopefully he is. Hopefully it pans out for your Bills. But yeah, I mean, I give them a pretty good grade overall B. I mean, I like their second round pick too. They got that tackle. I forget his name in the moment here. Cyrus Torrance. He was an offensive line. Yeah. Cyrus Torrance.
Guy's big.
Yeah. Big guy. Exactly. So, and then I thought they, losing Tremaine Edmonds and then getting a linebacker in the draft was also huge. I thought that they had a really, really good draft. I give them a solid B. The Lions, out of the 3 of our 3 favorites, the Lions had the most questionable draft out of the 3 of these teams.
Yeah. Well, nobody wants to talk about the Lions. Restore the roar, never. All right, we're going to close it out. One, you're here in a Canadian operation, even though we're worldwide, Fired Up Network, and the Toronto Maple Leafs, because you're from Detroit, you like the Red Wings and all that, are in the second round since the last time Drew Ebanks had a date, 19 years ago. All right, so they're in the second round. All right, so I'll say this, Drew, are the Leafs going to make it to the third round? Yes or no? Simple.
Yes.
All right. See, this is why he's still employed for the Fired Up Network. Now, here's the critical question, Alex. Are you going to be employed past this show? Is the Maple Leafs going to make it past the second round?
Yes, I think they will.
All right. So are they going to make it to the Stanley Cup final? There's your next.
That's the next test.
That one.
Uh-oh. I don't know.
I'm not touching that one.
All
We
right.
hope so. Being in Toronto, it's 67, man. I just don't even want to imagine if the Leafs were ever to win the Cup, what would happen to this city. I think it would have to be on lockdown because cars are going to get turned over.
So I'm the mayor of
Couches on fire in the road.
Oh,
and the president of the provinces of Canada. I'm telling you right now, I'm calling a national holiday. Maple Leafs win the Stanley Cup. There will be a national holiday. The only one in the Canada to work is Drew Ebanks because he needs to work. Okay.
What if you get the all Canadian Stanley Cup and it's
that is a dream.
The Oilers, Leafs,
yeah,
Connor McDavid. Oh man, it goes 7 games. I can just see it in my head right now.
Wow.
But do you think? I'll ask you. I'll ask both of you. But I'll start off with Alex. You're American here. Do you think Bettman will allow this? Like, honestly, there's a little, they talk about NFL having drama and they're scripted and we're wrestling and all that. You think Bettman would allow Austin Matthews, American, against Connor and in a Stanley Cup, and it's Edmonton versus, it can't be more East versus West.
No, yeah, it couldn't be. Right.
No, it's not about him allowing it. It's what they got to just go out and get it done. It's as simple as that. Obviously, you talk about conspiracy theories and who, even like the NBA, who they'd like, obviously they'd love to have LeBron in the finals. They'd love to have maybe a Lakers, Celtics, that rivalry as well. But yeah, it's just a matter of guys on the teams like McDavid. It's time. It's your time. You've been the guy. You've been the next one for how many years now? Now it's time for you to lead your team to the promised land. And you look at Matthews as well. I talked about it. The fact that Matthews has been in Toronto since the beginning, and you have a lot of players who were great players in the NHL that never wanted to come to Toronto. The pressure was too much. They knew how much the scrutiny media-wise they have on the Toronto Maple Leafs. They were cowards in a way because they didn't want to face up to that. So I give Austin Matthews a lot of props. Maybe it's because he's American and that homegrown pressure has not hit him. But the fact that he's here representing the Leafs, and the odds right now, they got the best odds to win it. Obviously, they lost game one.
Drew, no offense. Stay in your lane with basketball. By the way,
I'm born and raised in Toronto, Canada, all right? So you don't tell me about hockey.
Hold on. Because you like the Montreal Canadiens, first of all. What kind of person likes the Montreal Canadiens? All right, that's number one.
Growing up, brother.
Yeah, Montreal Canadiens. But, look, and here's what I can tell you. The president of the provinces of Canada. The season is over. Austin Matthews is on a plane. If the season's over at 11 p.m., 11:01, he's in Arizona. All right? He never stays a day in Toronto because he doesn't want to meet the president of the province of Canada, but never a day. And I'm telling you right now, the Maple Leafs don't win a Stanley Cup this year or next year. Austin Matthews, you could say bye-bye to him in Arizona or in New York or Los Angeles. And I'll even say it even further. I guarantee it.
Well, I guarantee it. For being here, you still got to give him props for sticking it out.
I could give him props, but he has done nothing. They won the one round.
This
he
is
has
the
done
year.
nothing in 6 years.
This is the year. They got to do. They got to make it happen.
All right. I hope this is the year. But and by the way, Drew, today is May 4th. You know what May 4th is? May the 4th be with you. All right. Alex, we'll start off with you. Tell everybody here on the Fired Up Network how they could get a hold of you social media-wise and everything like that.
Yeah, Twitter handle's Alex Campbell 517. And also I'm on the Fired Up Network here. I'm on Twitch occasionally as well. Under Slomo 2K4. I do Twitch streams and broadcasts. And I'm happy to be on the show for the first time here.
All right, Drew, give him his report card on the first time.
Right up there, you're definitely on point, brother. You know your stuff for sure.
So what does that mean? Right? It's like, are you want a cab or what? Right up there, whatever. Come on, give it ABC 60, 70, 80. Come on.
Hey, first show, he did well. He did well. I don't give grades. You got to work. You got to earn it. And right now, you've held your own, my man. And you did good. You did great.
All right. And so last question to Drew is, we always close it out to talk about Canadian basketball, anything happening. And don't forget, in a week's time, the WNBA comes to Scotiabank Arena. Arena, May 13th here, and it should be a real.
Speaking about that, I don't even know how to get accreditation. I've been trying to ask and get into that game.
I already have accreditation, and also next week we're gonna give away tickets.
I have no idea. You got to let me know. We want to get in there.
Drew, first of all, you're gonna give me $50 so we could give away a couple of tickets, right?
Yeah. Okay. Sure. Yeah. I'll take it out of my paycheck for sure.
All right. A lot of zeros on that. Go ahead, Drew.
Yeah, Canadian basketball. Obviously, the huge thing is the WNBA game happening for the first time in Toronto on May 13th. I believe it's 3 p.m. You said, or was it 4?
3 p.m. 3
p.m. At the Scotiabank Arena. New York Liberty, the Lynx, Minnesota Lynx taking on each other. It's going to be great. I'd love to be there. I know our crew would love to be there. So yeah, it just continues. We spoke about it. Should be an addition to the WNBA here in Toronto coming in the next year or two. And it's going to be great, I think, for women's sports. You see the growth of it. The demand is there. The viewership is there. The NCAA tournament was incredible. So let's keep it going, ladies. You can find me on onpointbasketball.com, at Drew Ebanks on Twitter, On Point Basketball on Facebook, as well as Instagram. And make sure you check out our website, onpointbasketball.com, and scouting also.
And don't forget, Drew didn't talk about this, but we got to close this out. Big up to the Raptors. Are they hiring Becky Hammon, Drew?
I don't know. I mean, she's kind of deflecting everything away from it. So whenever people do things like that, there could be something in the mix. We know Masai Ujiri has a huge mandate for women in the organization in a lot of prominent positions for it. So it's nothing out of the ordinary for them to consider Becky Hammon and even hire her. So from what I've read and seen, she's a great basketball player, obviously, in her time, and also a great coach from what I've heard from reports and reading stuff on the internet. So if any team would hire the first woman head coach, it wouldn't be surprising if it was the Toronto Raptors.
And let me say one other thing. Maybe, Alex, you want to chime in here, so I'll start off with you. Wouldn't it be apropos if it's in Canada? Imagine if Becky Hammon gets hired in New York, Los Angeles, Chicago, or whatever. It would be so much pressure. But not that it's not in pressure in Canada, but it's a little less. You know what I mean? It's a little less. That would be apropos if she does get hired here, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I like the fit. Like you said, there would be a lot of pressure in a larger market. I mean, you think of like you said, Chicago or even anywhere in California would be tough. And I just think, like you said, there'd be a lot of pressure, a lot of pressure. There are certain other areas of the country where it'd be tough just to be a female head coach in America, to be honest with you. I like the fit a lot. I think. But she'll be ready when she's ready. I think she was kind of poised to take over the Spurs there for a while. From Pop, and of course Pop, still hasn't let go, but she's certainly got a right resume, and I think she'll be a head coach eventually somewhere, if not Toronto now. So and I think she'll be a great head coach too. I mean, her resume definitely speaks to that.
So Drew, final question: if you were the Raptors, would you hire Becky Hammon?
I don't see a reason why she wouldn't be in consideration. Sure, I would hire Becky Hammon if she's the best coach available. Scores well in the interview. That's a major thing too. In the direction of this franchise, for me, it would make no difference if it's a woman or man. It's the best person that's available at the time, and if she's that person, she's that person.
All right, you've been watching NBA Jump Ball here on the Fired Up Network with Drew Ebanks, Captain Canada, on pointbasketball.com, and our newest member, Alex Campbell, here on the Fired Up Network, who says Golden State will come back. And Drew Ebanks says LeBron all the way, because he's older than LeBron also. Thanks a lot, guys.
Golden State or Denver for me, guys.
Yeah. Thanks a lot. That was NBA Jump Ball with Drew Ebanks on pointbasketball.com, Captain Canada, and our newest member, Alex Campbell. Thank you to the Greek who referred to me, Alex Campbell. Alex, a great addition to the Fired Up Network, and you can Also, hear more of Alex on the Fired Up Network radio side, 212 platforms. He recaps tonight's games, and he's going to do some writing for us also. So Alex is a big part of the Fired Up Network. 3-2 heading into the third period. The Florida Panthers lead the Maple Leafs, and 2 outs in the ninth inning. Boston about to sweep away the Blue Jays. Boston 11. The Blue Jays 5. First and third, 2 outs. Vladdy up. See, the Greek was right. They are not going to win 95 games. Greek should have it out with Marty Roberts. All right, I digress, and now we're going to go to John Freeman Nelson, who was from the South, Atlanta, Hall of Famer, of course, and Ryan Payton, who's from the North, right here in Toronto. North, South, John Nelson, Ryan Payton.
Did you miss me last week? And be honest.
Yeah.
You can tell me you didn't if you truly didn't.
Oh, whatever. Shut up.
Okay with that. Nice to see you back. We had a good run of a couple weeks, and then just didn't work out last week. But
friggin' real world gets in the way, and all this other kind of stuff.
Always does.
Uh-huh.
What's new? Anything?
Round two of the playoffs, brother.
Round two. Round one. Home ice advantage. No, means nothing.
No.
31 games won by road teams.
Mm-hmm.
Last night, guess what? Panthers won on the road. Kraken won on the road. So home ice advantage means absolutely nothing. And even going into this too, I think that if there's not so many road wins by these road teams in round one, I still am under the thought process. I've been this way for a number of years, that the more the NHL goes on, in the more years that pass, yeah, you can win home ice. That's fine. And 9 times out of 10, the home ice records are better than the away ones. But in the playoffs, it doesn't mean anything. It really doesn't mean anything to me anymore.
Well, I think that momentum has a lot to do with it too. I mean, if you look at what happened, Seattle goes into Colorado, gets everything taken care of there, and then they don't have time to rest. I mean, literally, it's like, boom, you're off to the next one. You're catching a flight to Dallas. And with that, you're thinking, okay, it always ends up, it can go one of two ways for you. Coming out of a series that emotional for Seattle, beating Colorado, sending them home, you're like, yay, and then you crash, it's like, okay, that series is over and then you're done. But I think a lot of times, and you mentioned home ice and momentum, I think that coming out of a series that is as emotional as that was for Seattle, they're just still amped up on that idea of, okay, we got to keep going here, and we're on to the next thing, and we're going to Dallas, and they're down 1-0, and then all of a sudden 3 goals in 52 seconds, and
Crazy.
You're like, holy ish, what is going on with Seattle? And it's just that kind of that momentum that's applied to it, and you're thinking 4-2 at the end of one, and you figure that's when you hit that wall. You're pushing through. You've gotten through the series. You made that first big step with all of that emotion and all of that energy. You're up 4-2 after one, and then Joe Pavelski so 4. Yeah, I mean, literally, you're looking for Arn, Ole, J.J. Dillon, and the Nature Boy Ric Flair.
Insert 4. Yeah,
that's what you're staring at. I mean,
what
Pavelski,
a return! What a return!
Absolutely nuts.
Yeah.
But then I think you pass through that momentum shift, and it's just about maintaining the energy at that point. If you're Seattle, it's like, okay, you get that big push, the game calms down, okay, everything's back to normal. Now you've got 2 teams on even footing. You go into free hockey, and Yannick Gord gets the winner in overtime, and you're 1 up out of the blocks as a team that's never done this before. And not to say that you're a bunch of young guys, but the fact that you have guys who have this kind of experience. We saw it with Vegas when they made their run as a young team as well. Things were structured to where you get this push, and you're seeing that with Seattle in game 1.
Vegas was different, and there's no expansion team that's going to be like.
They were structured differently with the expansion draft.
Yeah, and Seattle is the type of team, they've done this all season long. There's no player that makes over $6 million on the team. There's not a real superstar. Jared McCann had a great season, but he's not a superstar in the NHL. Matty Beniers should be a real star at some point down the road. They're big on defense. Grubauer's been great down the stretch for Seattle. I think they bought into what Dave Hackstall has been doing. And when you do that, you don't need, sure, yeah, it's great to have number 97 on your team. It's great to have, I don't know, a Jack Eichel on Vegas. It's great to have a Jack Hughes in New Jersey, Austin Matthews in Toronto. The list can go on and on and on. But I'm much better, John. I'm not saying Seattle's going to go all the way with this thing. That would be unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
But I'm better with having a group of good players than a team with a few great players and marginal ones after that, because you don't lean on anybody in Seattle. One night it's so-and-so, one night it's so-and-so. And the fact that the Kraken are doing what they're doing is astonishing. And I said this too when I was doing my Sirius XM show, that the Devils, they've moved on. And I think, they're young and they have nothing to lose. They're playing with house money. So too are the Kraken. If the Devils don't make it through the next round, or if they don't go on to win the Cup, same thing with Seattle. This season for both the teams has been a massive jump in the right direction. And for the Devils, now Seattle may not be as good next season. We don't know. But the Devils, they are here they're here to stay. So the point is that if you don't make it through, it's okay. You'll be there next season, and I think a few seasons beyond.
Well, and with Seattle, looking up once again with our friends at Puckpedia, because it's always something that we like to analyze here, they're right up against the number. I mean, they are right up against 82.5. They're at 81.7 and change, and they're right up there against it, and they're going to have some decisions to make. I mean, you mentioned nobody up over 6. Eberle at 5.5. He's there for another year.
Yeah.
Jaden Schwartz is there through 25.6. Yeah. Burakovsky is there through 26.7. Bjorkstrand, who has been insane. He was insane in round number 1.
And a quick thing, they're doing this without Burakovsky. Remember? He's injured. He isn't playing. Anyway, go on.
You got Bjorkstrand at 5.4 through 25.6. Yanni Gord, 5.16, blah, 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 through 4.5.
Yeah.
Jared McCann at 5 even through 26.7. And Wenberg, who is there at 4.5. Brandon Tanev at 3.5. So everybody, this is a very socialistic approach that you're seeing out of Seattle. Everybody's making the same thing. You're all going to do this as the collective. It's very Borg-like when it comes to Seattle. On defense, Alexiak's at 4.6. Larson's at 4. Vince Dunn is a restricted free after this season at 4. Justin Schultz is at 3. Carson Soucy's at 2.75. And then you have the 3 guys that are below $1 million. And then in net, you've got Grubauer, who is at 5.9. So everyone is in that. You mentioned no one's making any more than 6. And I think that's key, that everybody buys into this collective. And you mentioned that they're doing it without Burakovsky. They're also doing it without Dreger, who is he's got buried money as well at 350. So
and that whole thing's interesting, because when they ended last season, he went to play in the World Championship and he got hurt, and so Ron Francis had to go out in the summer to try to find a replacement, and he signed Martin Jones to that 1-year contract. So that was, I think if you have the numbers still up, I think he's at 2. Yeah, 2. So
Martin
1 year
Jones,
and 2. Yeah. And that was a bargain deal. It was a high risk, low risk, high reward type of contract. So it is great. It's good to see, because this is not the way the NHL is played now. You have stars on your team that make a ton of money, and then you have the rest. Seattle has a bunch of guys making the same amount, and then you don't have any others. You just have the same amount of money being paid pretty much for everybody. So I'm happy for them. I really am. Let me ask you this. The Panthers, got to talk about them. They knocked off the mighty Boston Bruins in 7. Boston up 3-1. Let me ask you, in the history of the NHL and the history of sports in general, where does this comeback rank for you? Start in hockey, where does it rank for you? There have been some games and series over time that I'm not just saying 3-1 in the cup final. I'm just saying 3-1 in general. And this one to me is because you have Boston, the historic season, down to the Panthers. Where does this rank for you? Or is it that much of a surprise for you?
I think, it's its own animal to me because of everything in a record-setting season, unless you want to talk about the Seattle Mariners getting bounced after their historic season where they won, was it 192 games in a 162 game schedule, and then they didn't even make it out of the first round. So for me, that would be my immediate comparison is Seattle Mariners in their prime with that group that they had getting bounced. That's the kind of historic thing that you're staring at here with that group, and it is. I know folks that work in the media up in Boston. I know folks that live up there, and you want to talk about an entire region that is gripping, and then all you have to do is go down a couple of hours to the Southwest, and you have multiple teams kind of sitting there going, ha, 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 ha. And the ones that come out of this, it's really, really odd to see who made it to the second round, but I think it's in effect, I think it's good for the National Hockey League because you can sit there and look at the structure of how to make a team. You mentioned Seattle, very, very socialistic. Vegas, who, they're one massive injury or two massive injuries away. Right now, technically, they're over the cap by $13 million, but of course, a lot of that is long-term. So, Bill Foley has said from the absolute beginning, I'm spending money, I'm bringing in talent, I've got a show, and I've got a product that's got to be there every single time out in Vegas. So there are different ways of going about it, but the fact of the matter is when you got Boston doing what they did, and then just completely and totally just, you want to sit there and you want to take the air out of the tire. You just want to sit there and it's like in Jack Reacher where you sit there and you just take the knife and you just go to the tire and you're done. It was stunning, but I think it's good for the National Hockey League because it shows, Boston does things their way, but it doesn't mean that just because they're number one, they've set all these records, that they're going to be the one at the end of the whole discussion.
And the Panthers and then we can go on from here, but the Panthers are a type of team that they were playing postseason hockey for about a month and a half. And that first game when Boston didn't look very good, I thought, okay, Boston hasn't been playing playoff hockey since October. They clinched it back in training camp probably.
Yeah.
So that would have been a thing. I'll tell you something, though, that Matthew Tkachuk, and I've said this time and time again, he is built for this type of hockey. He's built for a series against Boston. He's built for the series against Toronto. This will be intriguing. I'm not going to go on into any more about the whole Toronto Maple Leafs thing and all that stuff. But I will say this. For those that thought maybe Toronto would have an easier time against the Panthers than they would have against Boston, perhaps they would have. Only time will tell, and we'll never know about Boston. But Florida, they only had 3 less wins than Toronto did at the turn of the calendar year, about midway through January. So keep that in mind as you go forward. Carolina, you're not surprised they advance. I'm not. Vegas, same thing. In Edmonton, you're fine from the first round.
Yeah, and in as much as I knew that I was going to be, drooling in a corner in that Edmonton LAK series just because of where my allegiances are.
Yeah.
I think it's a good first step for LAK. Now what you need to do to kind of fill in the holes. All of these young guys that were working their way up through Ontario, top team, top depth, top prospect pool in all of the AHL. Okay, great. Now you're learning what it's like to be in the National Hockey League. You're learning what it means to be in the playoffs. I think it's a good first step. What do you do to build from there? I think is the key question for LAK going forward. I think it was a wake-up call for Edmonton. How do they respond in this series? But like I said, you leave the LAK series, now you're going to Vegas. You want to talk about a heavyweight fight in round number 2?
Yeah, that's the series I've been most looking forward to in round 2.
Vegas and Edmonton, it is going to be must-see TV on a bunch of different fronts.
Yeah, I hope it goes 7.
You're looking at Eichel and Stone and Carlson and Riley Smith and Marcia. So all those pieces that were brought in from the beginning in Vegas that have stayed. Then you bring in, then you bring in a Jack Eichel to be a part of it, and you're paying him 10. You're paying 10. I feel like Ty Dillinger. 10.
Thanks, Buffalo. Buffalo.
You're paying him 10, and this is pretty much, except for a couple of pieces that are the lower salary cap pieces. This is pretty much that same group that made that mad dash to the final a couple of years ago. Add a piece here, add a piece here. What do you do? And then obviously, you mentioned what's going on in net with bringing in, Jonathan Quick. I mean, it's just so weird to see that deal when that happened.
Yeah.
And you having to go through, you've got five goalies on your roster, man.
The strangest part of that was when he was traded to Columbus. Remember, for about half an hour.
Yeah, and I give them full credit. I give Columbus full credit for respecting Columbus Blue Jackets legend Jonathan Quick. But what you're getting from Brossoit right now, I think that's big. And we always talk about what it means to have a hot goalie this time of year. And Brossoit, they stuck with him after the first game loss in the first round series. They've stuck with him. You see what you've got right now, and you have those hot goalies, and that's what you've also got to keep in mind too. What team has a hot goalie that is working their way through when it comes to these round twos?
NBA. Let's move on to that. And Dylan Brooks. I mean, I've heard way too much of Dylan Brooks over the course of since the postseason began.
Yeah.
And for those that don't know, he, of course, has been informed by the team, Memphis, that he'll not be brought back under any circumstances. So how about that? No, you're not just under any circumstances. Your time with Memphis is done. He's been at LeBron. He's been at everybody. He is just yap, trying to back it up on the court. I've had my thing about LeBron James for a long time.
Right.
I've always said and thought that I think that he does feel at times, more times than others, that he feels he's bigger than the game. I feel that he is orchestrated, and he has coaches being let go, orchestrated coaches being hired, orchestrated who's going to surround him to try to win another championship. He's not going to catch Jordan. It's just not happening. He's 38. It's not happening. Well, maybe this year they'll get one because they're playing well. But the point is that Dylan Brooks, just don't go after LeBron James. Don't go after anybody. But if you're saying, he's old, I expected all this type of nonsense, LeBron James at 58 could probably take you on the court at your age. So, John, look, Dylan Brooks, good player. I lost a lot of respect for the guy. I really did.
Just because you poke a bear doesn't mean you should poke a bear. And just because you continue to poke a bear doesn't mean that you should do that either. After doing it the first time, you'd think that you might want to lose your lesson. But I'm guessing that when it comes to poker, he's the kind of guy that wants to double down after a losing hand. You want to sit there and push everything to the middle of the table. You want to sit there and you look at your buddies who are sitting there at the table and say, hey, can you advance me X amount? Because I've got a really good blind here, and I want to keep chasing after it. But there are just times when you don't do it. No, you don't do it. And you're a 2 seed. I mean, the Memphis came in as a 2 seed.
Yeah.
2-7, and because of 38 teams in the NBA now being allowed to get into the playoffs and
Is that how many it is at right now?
38.
Okay.
38 NBA teams were allowed in the playoffs.
So the playoffs last for 7 months. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that is absolutely true. They do home and away aggregate scoring and all of that stuff. But Grizz comes in as a 2 seed. John Morant, who I knew when he was in the Ohio Valley Conference, I knew he was going to be a special player when he would take on Power 5 teams, pretty much by himself at Morehead State and just do some absolute damage. And you knew he was a different cat. You're a 2 seed coming into this series against the Lakers. Dylan decides he wants to continue to open his mouth. If that's your MO, fine.
Yeah.
Just accept the consequences after the fact. I mean, I would hope that after losing in 6, that you sit there after that 6th game loss, for every piece of the Memphis media that wanted to discuss something with you, or everybody nationally that wanted to discuss something with you, I would have hoped, and I don't know the answer to this, I would hope that you would stand there and answer every question. You said all of these things, you tried to back it up, it didn't happen, you need to answer for it each and every microphone that's in your face. After that 6-game series is over, You need to explain yourself, and you need to explain where you go from here, because obviously the team doesn't want anything to do with you either. Lakers come in as a 7, and I'll give a shout out to everybody in Sacramento too, because you had a fantastic season. You come in as a 3 seed, but you know that the Warriors they're not a typical 6 seed.
No.
They, like the Spurs we would see in the past, where Pop would rest folks. You're not quite a 1. You might be a 2. You're sitting there during the season. You figure out what you need to do to just get into the playoffs. Then you do your damage there. That's what I think you're seeing from the Warriors as a 6. So you've got a 6 and a 7 in that semifinal, and you're letting Denver and Phoenix batter each other around. Denver right now, they've taken care of business in the first 2, great. But you've got a 6 and a 7 right now, and I don't think either team is a typical 6 or a 7 seed. And the winner of that conference semi, do you take on Jokic in Denver? Does Phoenix have a comeback in them in the Western Conference side? I think it'll be interesting, considering that the Heat beat Milwaukee in round 1 as an 8. Yeah. They made their way in through that 38.
Well, that was because of Jimmy Butler.
Jimmy Butler went insane, phenomenal. And taking on the Knicks, they're tied at a game apiece as we're talking, and the Sixers and the Celtics, that's a 2-3, and that's going to go for a while. So just because a team has a number attached in parentheses to the outside of their name when you're staring at a scoreboard page, it doesn't necessarily apply to who they are in all actuality when it comes to what we're talking about.
The Dylan Brooks thing too, when he didn't speak, he got fined $25,000. And I forgot about this, that he was fined $35,000 earlier on in March when he shoved a camera person after chasing a ball.
Classic.
And then I forgot about this, that he was suspended in February when he hit Donovan Mitchell of the Cavs in the groin, to which he did the same thing remember that one?
Yeah.
And that cost him $78,621. So you do the math, you add them up, 35, that's 105, 106. And then the 25, you're almost $130,000 in the last few months. Okay, quick thing before we leave. Anybody going to take a chance on him?
Oh,
any
absolutely.
team? Okay, then who?
Well, somebody that needs that position filled. I think that, the $140,000 Memphis is like fine.
Whatever.
It's not our money. It's our money, and you don't get it. So it just goes. You're getting fined, so it shouldn't bother me if I'm a front office. There will always be somebody who needs a player like that. So he will not be unemployed long for a double negative, which will drive my mother crazy. But he will find an employer. Trust me, it might be some weird worded deal when it comes to performance incentives or something like that. Or someone could just sit there and say, hey, we need to get to the front of the queue. We need to grab you before one of our opponents does, knowing what he can bring to the table. And I think that's probably more your impactful scenario. But he's going to jump to the head of the line, overpay for him, and then you get what you're going to pay for.
Kind of reminds me a bit of a Ron Artest. A little bit of a Ron Artest, right? Yeah. Got talent. Brooks has talent. Artest had talent. Yeah, exactly.
And
Aaron Rodgers with the Jets. Boy, he's trying to get everybody, right? So Green Bay, Randall Cobb used to be there, but they've signed him to a 1-year contract. The 4th ex-Packer to sign. Alan Lazard's there. Tim Boyle. Billy Turner is there as well. Offensive coordinator Nathaniel Hackett is part of the reunion. You look at the receiving corps. So other names on the list of Rodgers. This is why I want to talk to you about this. Mercedes Lewis was on the list. Odell Beckham Jr. They were on Rodgers' list as well. And that's what he's trying to do. The New York Jets last season, they weren't great. They weren't completely terrible, but they weren't great. Aaron Rodgers coming in, and boy, they paid a lot to get the guy. Is he and what he's doing, is he going to turn that team around? Because John, okay, that's the answer. Aaron Rodgers does not have a lot of time left in the National Football League. I mean, as much as he wants to, he's been contemplating, I think, quitting the last 2 seasons. Maybe that's because of the discord he had and felt with Green Bay. Yeah. But this guy doesn't have a lot of time left. So is he kind of rallying the troops to say, this is maybe my one last shot here?
Oh, I think so.
Looks
I
like
think,
he is.
I think that this is when, and we've seen this with other veteran quarterbacks that, it's like Joe Montana to Kansas City.
Yeah.
But the free agent market then is not the same as it is now, where you're in a previous iteration of being a quarterback on the move, you're sitting there and you're going, okay, this is what I have to work with. Now with free agency being what it is, you look at what you're seeing from the New York Jets, and it's like, okay, I don't like the resources that are here. So what I want to do is I want to dial up all my buddies, and I want to sit there and go, okay, I want this, I want this, I want this, I want this, I want this. And not a surprise that you're going to sit there and, first off, get a haircut and try to look a little more clean shaven.
But that's his thing. I think he makes the disheveled look pretty shoveled.
Yeah, he is very shoveled. Well, it is now. I mean, that's like, what was the other one? I think that you can be shoveled. I think that there are other words, and it'll probably pop into my head on our next show as to what you can and can't be. But you look at the depth chart right now at quarterback: Aaron Rodgers, Zach Wilson, Tim Boyle, Chris Strevler. Our CFL fans know all about what Strev can do in a proper offense. I think that he is probably the most underrated of second, third, and fourth. But this is Aaron Rodgers' bunch. This is his bunch. You've got Garrett Wilson and Corey Davis, who are good holdovers from what was able to happen last year when Zach Wilson was not at quarterback. And you end up with Wilson, Corey Davis, Alan Lazard, Denzel Mims, Malik Taylor. Mecole Hardman brought over from Kansas City for a specific role. So, we'll see what happens there. Breece Hall, who did fantastic work at running back before he was injured. Oh, the word I was trying to think of was disgruntled. Has anyone ever been gruntled before? So I think if you were both gruntled and shovel, I think that it would work. Okay. But, I mean, you look at this offense, Tyler Conklin, who is an established tight end, CJ Uzoma. So there's some stuff to work with here. But when you are investing as much as you are in Aaron Rodgers, if you are the New York Jets, then, you're going to sit there and go, okay, what do you need to succeed? Instead of sitting there saying, well, Zach Wilson's your backup. Yeah. And that's not how this is going to work. If I'm coming to New York, I want to bring in my friends. I want to bring in my buddies. I want to make this as comfortable a transition for me as possible.
And the Jets are not going to say no. No, it's basically whatever you want. Aaron, you want the key to the city now? We'll give you the key to the city.
Mm-hmm. He'll be, if they want to give him all of the master locks to the Meadowlands so he can come in whenever he wants, that's what they're going to do. Yeah. But what will be interesting is if this experiment does not work and it ends up being something where it's like Johnny Unitas with the Chargers or Joe Namath with the Rams or something like that, where this comes off the rails quick. How will the Jets front office respond to the media and to the questions? How will Aaron Rodgers respond to the questions if this does not go the way that you hope? If you're a Jets fan or a Woody Johnson or whomever, if you're associated with the Jets team, if you want this to go swimmingly as possible, I get the level of investment. Trust me, because you got to turn things around. You got to turn things around quick. So you're just going to give them the keys. I need all these resources. If it doesn't go well and it blows up in your face, how do you respond? That's going to be interesting for me.
6-10 last season. They ended the season on a 6-game skid. So again, that was last year. New team, new quarterback. We'll see. Last one, and you and I talked about this, I think 2 weeks ago when we were on the show about Messi. So it looks like his time at PSG is going to be done. So there's no doubts. It's understood that his dad communicated that decision to PSG about a month ago. And due to the project, and that I think, according to what I've been reading, was the final breaking point. And they just suspended him too.
Yeah,
for going to Saudi Arabia. Yeah, 2-week ban. So what do you make of this? I mean, in the second season, it didn't go well, and obviously the marriage lasted not very long.
Well, it's what the Saudis, and this is probably a show in and of itself, and we do talk about it on Soccer Down Here a lot in the morning.
Right.
He is right now, according to our friends at the Telegraph, in talks for a £320 million a year move to Saudi Arabia, because he is one of their ambassadors for the Vision 2030 project, where they want to try to have as many things there to say that we are this bastion of sports and everybody can come here and you're all welcome. Sure you are. And be a part of something in Saudi Arabia by 2030. That right now, the Saudi government is preparing the most lucrative salary deal in the history of football to bring Messi there. Talks with Messi's reps, led by his dad, who's his agent. And this is going to, free agent at the end of June when his contract at PSG expires. Discussions that the whole package could be worth $400 million a year annually.
Wow.
And that would blow out Cristiano Ronaldo, old CR38's.
Come on, John. How much is too much? That's unbelievable.
Yeah, it's 165 million pounds for CR38, and he's supposed to play there for another 2 years. Messi's coming in, but like I said, when you have all of these resources available to you, as the Saudis do, the Saudis are looking at the Qataris, and they are looking at Abu Dhabi, and they are looking at all of these folks. That's why they invested in Newcastle, because they want to have all of this sports washing attached to what they're doing, to sit there and go, hey, look at us. We're a great place for sport. No, the human rights stuff, no, we don't know. The human rights stuff, what human rights stuff? It's like the scene in Beverly Hills Cop with Gilbert Gottfried and the parking ticket, where it's just like, you see this here? What's this in my hand? And you're more focusing on what's in this hand. And this
great
hand,
movie franchise.
So it's like Gilbert Gottfried and the parking ticket. That scene in Beverly Hills Cop. That's your Google search for today, kids. But it's a big money move for both Messi and for Saudi Arabia to try to sit there and put themselves on the world stage by 2030. And it's probably going to end up happening because he already was an ambassador. But now this is trying to figure out, okay, how much, what team do we assign him to? So he goes head-to-head against CR38 in the Saudi Pro League.
It's a lot of money. To play a sport, I mean, come on, I get it. No, I don't, really. But you and I would not say no.
No, well, I would. Honestly, I would if it was Saudi Arabia, because of all of the human rights stuff that's attached.
Fair enough, yeah. All right, out of time, north-south. For John, I'm Ryan. We'll be back next week.
That was Ryan Payton and John Nelson, north-south. And we're going to conclude the portion here with Giancarlo Alino and myself previewing WWE Backlash happening this Saturday from Puerto Rico. Bad Bunny, yes, Bad Bunny is going to take part in the WWE Backlash Premier Live event, and then we'll have a live edition of Maple Leafs Forever. Everybody, this is Joseph Pasek, and welcome to the Fired Up Network. Welcome to the flagship show of the Fired Up Network, Fired Up Live, and welcome to the On the Mat Wrestling Show with my good friend Giancarlo Alino as we premiere the WWE Premier live event, not pay-per-view, Giancarlo, Premier live event this Saturday, May 6th, 8 p.m. from Puerto Rico. You have never been to Puerto Rico, okay? But ya sabe qué pasa en Puerto Rico, Giancarlo? ¿Qué pasa en Puerto Rico? Está Backlash. Backlash pasa sábado a las 8. Do you know what I said, Giancarlo?
I heard Saturday and at 8. That's what I got from that.
See, you understood. Not bad, Giancarlo. Not bad at all. Not bad. All right, let's get to the Premier Live event card. We'll start. It's in Puerto Rico. We'll start off with a guy who wants to be like me. He's a trendsetter. He sings songs. He's got billions and billions of dollars. We're talking about Bad Bunny and Damian Priest, lifelong friends, in a San Juan, Puerto Rico street fight. Now, Giancarlo, before you tell me, what's the difference between a San Juan, Puerto Rico street fight and a Toronto street fight and Young and Bloor?
The location.
That's it? So there's
pretty much.
So if I have a Toronto street fight in Scarborough, it's no difference than having it at Young and Bloor.
Yeah, I guess so.
All right. Anyways, Damian Priest, Bad Bunny, lifelong friends. Who do you call this one? Remember, Bad Bunny was supposed to host the event. I don't know if he's hosting it, but he is fighting in it. Bad Bunny, Damian Priest. Will this be the Judgment Day for Damian Priest. Get it? Good.
Yeah, I think this should main event actually. The crowd over there, the local fans there, they're going to see Bad Bunny. And you have Damian Priest here. I think it makes sense. Appease the local market. I would have Bad Bunny and Damian Priest be the main event, have a long match. The LWO is going to get involved. Judgment Day is going to get involved, and I think Bad Bunny wins it.
And El San Juan, Puerto Rico street fight, okay? So hopefully the weather in Puerto Rico is good, but you're saying Bad Bunny wins. I agree. Now, we touched on this on the wrestling show a couple segments before. Seth Rollins, almost.
Yeah, it's going to be a DQ win there for Seth Rollins. I think it's going to be the most 10 minutes of a match, probably almost going to have 98% of the offense. Seth is going to probably get one little offensive move in there, maybe a drop kick to get almost down. And as he's going for that curb stomp, I think that's when the DQ happens. So I'm not expecting a big clean finish in this one.
You know, you're weeks away from me. You have rubbed off here. I agree will be a DQ finish, but this is what's going to happen. Listen, pay attention, Giancarlo. You said it almost on the wrestling show that, Cedric Alexander, Shelton Benjamin, MVP, they're all free agents. Well, almost is a free agent also. They all do a number on Seth Rollins. That causes the DQ, and we have a new faction in the WWE. Now, for the SmackDown Ladies Championship, or is it the Raw Ladies Championship, or it's still the SmackDown Ladies Championship till Monday, Rhea Ripley versus Puerto Rico's own Selena Vega.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a match that is only for Sunday, and then once they toss the titles to each other again in one of those segments, we'll see Rhea Ripley with the other title. So I think she wins this. Selena Vega will have her moments, but I don't see her winning the title.
All right. Giancarlo, it's going to snow in May because I agree so far with you. All the matches here. All right. Then for the Raw Ladies Championship, or is it the SmackDown? Never mind. Io Sky versus Bianca Belair. Giancarlo, can you play with your hair like Bianca Belair does?
No, not long enough.
All right. So you're not long enough. You come up a little bit short. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, I think this is going to be probably one of those matches that it leads towards a breakup of Damage Control. I think Io Sky is going to take Bianca Belair to the limit. Bayley's going to probably be jealous backstage, and we'll probably see Bianca Belair give her respect and tell her that if she's on her own, she's going to accomplish that. So I think Bianca Belair retains, and then in the next month we'll probably see Bayley and maybe Dakota turn their back on Io.
Did you read my script or what? Unbelievable. This guy's getting me all the matches that I know are right. So I don't disagree with any of the matches you said so far. Let's see if we can continue the streak. For the U.S. Championship, Austin Theory comes in as the champion. He takes on Bronson Reed and Bobby Lashley.
Yeah, it's A-Town down in Puerto Rico. I don't see him losing. This is going to be similar to the other few triple threat matches they've all had. So I got Austin Theory winning it.
I'm not going to say anything because, again, he's correct. I can't believe this. All right, the Bloodline, Jey Uso, Jimmy Uso, and Solo Sikoa versus Sami Zayn, Kevin Owens, and Riddle.
I think the Bloodline's going to win this. Riddle is going to probably be the one that gets pinned just to save KO and Sammy, but I don't know what they're going to do with him. It's like Riddle on the same brand as KO and Sami Zayn. Like, I don't know if they'll turn them heel and attack Riddle, but I just think Riddle is going to have other matches planned. So I think this is a short-term feud.
You know what? I actually agree with you, but for the sake of sounding different, let me disagree with you and say Kevin Owens, Riddle, and Sami Zayn get the victory, but I actually agree with you. Wow, I can't believe this. All right, I can't believe this. This is history in the making. History. John Carlos finally agreeing with everything I say. Brock Lesnar in the main event, or sort of main event, me, because they're tossing whether the street fight's the main event or this the main event. So Cody Rhodes versus Brock Lesnar.
Yeah, Brock Lesnar's going to squash him. I think it's going to be 5 minutes, and it's going to be similar to when he beat Cena, and it's going to continue the same story there. Cody's going to have his promo. He's going to get the emotion from the crowd that he lost to Lesnar the way he did, that maybe he needs to make a change, and then he'll go after the Money in the Bank and set his sights on that. So I think Brock wins this pretty easily.
Really? Giancarlo, finally, we had two disagreements, but I have a feeling, a sneaky feeling, that somebody's going to debut and cost Brock Lesnar the match. Who do you think would be debuting or returning to cost Brock Lesnar the match and have a feud with Brock Lesnar?
Maybe almost. They continue that. They're both free agents. They can take it to NXT.
Think about who's not on the card. Hint.
Roman Reigns.
No, it's not going to be Roman Reigns, Brock Lesnar. But, and they have been some talk about this, it's going to be Imperium.
Yeah, I would say that for
Giovanni Vinci. And, come on, deep down
Gunther.
your stomach. No, not like that. Come on.
Gunther.
Gunther! And by the way, part of the draft that we forgot to mention on the wrestling show, Mike Rome now, the Raw commentator or Raw ring announcer, has moved over to SmackDown, and Samantha Irwin, the SmackDown announcer, has been moved over to Raw. Why? Ask me why. Because Ricochet is now on Raw with Braun Strowman, and that's why they keep teams together. So, again, I could see Cody winning with help from somebody who makes a debut or reappearance. And again, he's the Intercontinental Champion. He's not on the card. The next Premier Live event is Night of Champions, right? So he's a champion. He's got to defend the title. That's what you can be seeing. But again, that's the WWE Premier Live event. Backlash from San Juan, Puerto Rico this Saturday. You like how I say the roll the R's, eh? Roll up the rim to win, huh? Okay, so Saturday, May 6th, 8 p.m., Puerto Rico. It's Backlash, and it looks like it's going to be headlined by either Cody Rhodes, Brock Lesnar, or Damian Priest and Bad Bunny. Would you want Bad Bunny to perform a song?
Yeah, that's up to him. That's up to WWE if they want to pay him.
I said, would you want Bad Bunny to perform a song?
I wouldn't care.
You don't care. All right. Are you excited for this Premier Live event?
I think it's smart doing that, going to international markets. I think it makes sense. Going to Puerto Rico and you have Bad Bunny there. I think they should continue that, and they are with Money in the Bank. I just think that they have a talented enough roster where if they wanted to go Australia 1 month, England another month, Canada another month, they can do it. I just think it's going to come down to whether they want to commit to that, because they obviously want to appease the North American crowd, but it would be interesting if they decide to go in that direction of every single premium live event taking place in a different international market.
For those who missed Giancarlo, he hasn't been on here for about a month. He has done the wrestling show. Now he's done the On the Mat wrestling show, the Premier Live event, WWE Backlash preview. And it's not it for Giancarlo. There's a big pay-per-view, not Premier Live event, pay-per-view Saturday, UFC 288. Giancarlo will be back here on the UFC On Guard show to preview that one. But Giancarlo, before we go, tell everybody how they could get a hold of you.
Yeah, you can follow me on Twitter, John_411, Instagram, Giancarlo_Alino, and check out my articles on firedupnetwork.ca.
And Giancarlo, I'll see you at Young and Bloor for that street fight. Well, that was Giancarlo Alino on the On the Mat Wrestling Show as we preview WWE Backlash happening this Saturday from Puerto Rico. And Bad Bunny will be appearing. And he's in that street fight against his friend, lifetime friend. Of course, it is Damian Priest. As you could see in the background, Scotiabank Arena, we're just seconds away from Maple Leafs Forever Leafs Talk, where we'll be joined by the grizzled young veteran Marty Roberts. We'll be joined by hockey player, yes, and champion, PHF Isabel Cup champion, and Arnold Schwarzenegger strong woman champion Taylor Woods, and some guy who thinks he has better hair than me, Billy the Greek. I want to do a special shout out. Yesterday was our good friend Steve Carney's birthday. Happy birthday, Steve. All the best. Hopefully you have a bang up year this year. Today is our another good friend, Toronto 6 media representative Justin Levine's birthday. So happy birthday, Justin. Mazel tov. I think you're 21, 22. Just a rookie starting out in the world of media here. All right. So before we begin, Maple Leafs Forever. Right now, I turn away. Second quarter, 9 minutes left. The Lakers and Golden State are all tied up, 36-36. Again, we're going to be joined by Taylor Woods, the PHF champion, Isabel Cup champion, and Arnold Schwarzenegger, strong man, strong woman, winner. Also, Marty Roberts, the grizzled young veteran, Billy, and again, happy birthday belated to Steve Carney yesterday, and today to Toronto 6 media representative Justin Levine, who I believe turns 22 years old. He doesn't look a day after like 12, all right? So, next year he got his bar mitzvah, all right? Again, you could read the scroll in the bottom. Game 2 goes to Florida. So, to sum it up, the Florida Panthers lead the series 2-0. The Leafs head to Florida down 2-0. Sunday, 6:30 is Game 3. Wednesday is Game 4. The Maple Leafs need to win 4 of the next 5 games, and 3 of them are in Florida. Here is Taylor Woods. Taylor, how you doing, first of all?
I'm doing all right. Just purchased a new car today, so.
All right, what car did you get for me and Marty?
I got a Ford Bronco.
A Ford Bronco?
Yeah.
So, wait a minute. Hold on. Marty, I know you're thinking about this. Don't need to text me now. All right. For you to get a Ford Bronco, did you sign a lucrative deal?
No, I'm doing everything in reverse. This is not the thing to be advised. You have your off season, you have your contract, you have everything else, and then you get the car. But it didn't happen that way. You know what? RIP to Stella, my Ford Escape just blew. Just the engine just couldn't keep up to me. So, yeah. So that's my week.
Hold on here. You bought a car without signing your deal? What kind of agent? He's taking 3% of what?
Of whatever's going to come. But what am I supposed to do? Like I was actually prepping to run from Beamsville to Burlington every day and back. I actually have to come back too. So, or purchasing just a scooter. You know what? I'm going to be that person just riding on the scooter going through.
How about the Fred Flintstone car? You get a Billy, the Gazoo. He can drive you and all that. All right. So here, I'm going to ask you this before we start this. And Marty, just wait here 1 second. Any closer to signing a deal? Yes or no?
Oh, hey, you know what? Every day you get closer, right? And so
the answer is, well, Marty, you say the answer.
The car has pushed her closer to getting a deal.
That's correct. All right. Now, the Greek has just said here he'll be home in about 10 minutes. So
he's taking an alpaca out for dinner, I heard.
Yeah, a pack. Yeah, all right. Yeah, and his prediction. I don't know if you saw it, but it was full of horse manure. Anyways, I'll get to.
It was an alpaca, not horse, Joe.
All right,
Alpacas.
paca. Does Taylor? Do you know what a paca is?
no.
See, she doesn't.
It's a I don't know, a llama. You know
Oh,
what a
it's like the
llama is?
animal. Yeah.
All right, so we'll be back here in a couple seconds because Marty has requested that great Maple Leafs Forever song.
Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 go.
All right, welcome back to the Fired Up Network. Welcome back to the flagship show, Fired Up Live. Welcome to Maple Leafs Forever. That was the highlight of the night, that song. Marty Roberts is dancing always to that song and all that here. All right, let's start off with you, Marty. I don't know what to say about this. Bobrovsky is stealing the games for them. Samsonov led in an easy goal. I believe it was a second goal, maybe second goal and all that. And, Florida's taking liberties at Michael Bunting, and Michael Bunting's been told no matter what they do, just grin and bear it and everything like that. And I feel bad for Matthew Knives that they run him and they choke him and the referees, come on. The referees already do something, but I'm not going to complain about the referees because I have a vision. Taylor, listen to this. New Jersey, New York Rangers. What was, at the beginning of first round series, what was maybe Marty, you could say it also, what was the score going to New York? Do you remember?
I don't know.
It was 2-0 for the visiting team, but both games were 5-1, so that sucks.
Yeah. All right. So it's going to be a reverse of that. The Maple Leafs, they're back. Here's the cliches. So, Taylor, you are used to all these cliches. They're back against the wall. It's do or die. It's shift and shift. We got to go every puck in deep. We got to sacrifice. We got to do everything. Game 3. Forget about Game 2 right now. Game 3, do you expect a different team, Maple Leaf team, Taylor?
I do. And you know what? Like, you could sort of see after game 1, whatever they did, they came out flying. They did well. They did little things. Like, they had to get gritty. Knives sort of brings that, hey, you know what? I'm going to come at one speed. I'm just going to go fast at everything and sort of create that energy. And they lost him. And right now you could sort of see, you know what? They had that second period lull. Wasn't a great second period either. They sort of try to come back, try to do different things. Yes, you know what? They were all over them, but they still couldn't figure out anything. Florida shut it down. Florida did what they need to do. I just think that the Maple Leafs are in their head at this point. Whether it's not really the fans anymore. It's not like, maybe it's just like the coaching staff with the lineup changes. But they're in their head. Like, they just got to find a way to win, and that's grittier type hockey. They had it in moments, but it needs to be more.
Can you refer to, instead of grittier type hockey, can you refer to it as Carlton type hockey? Because gritty is part of Philadelphia. Carlton is Maple Leafs bear, right?
Hey, he's a polar bear, and he has soft fur, right? Marty should know the polar bear fur, right? So they can't play like Carlton. They got to go in there, and they actually have to hit and fight for every single puck, which they didn't.
Now, before Marty chimes in, do you expect any lineup changes for Game 3? Because I think the MVP of the Maple Leafs should be brought back to defense. I think since they pulled them out, they only won one game. Justin Hall should be the anchor on this defense. Do you agree?
You know what? Maybe they changed.
Don't make her
lie,
Joe. Don't make her lie, Joe.
The defense are okay. Like, they do need to shut it down in different ways, but it's more just trying to build confidence, like whether that's maybe changing up the goaltending at this point, right? But who are you going to throw in at this point in the series or at this point in your run? Maybe it's sort of switching up the lines. I don't think Nylander's great with Tavares. I think at this point, I think you sort of throw maybe O'Reilly up with Nylander, or maybe put him back with Matthews. Just because, yes, he's Nylander's creating something, but he's not finishing. He's not putting the finesse on stuff, and that might just be because he needs someone else.
Do you think it's Nylander? Because we go every show. I read the comments from Marty's family and all that. Nylander no heart, Nylander no heart, and all that. And it doesn't seem. It looks like in this series, not in Tampa, but in this series, for the first two games, it doesn't seem that he has that speed, that electric speed, and everything like that. Taylor, and then Marty will go into it. Go ahead.
There's moment and flashes and everything, and it just might be like where he's reading the play, where he's jumping in. But yeah, it's just that type of hockey where you just need to operate at that faster speed all the time. So whether that's off the puck, operating off that faster speed, and then once you hit the puck, or once that play comes to you, when you have puck possession, then you're still operating with that faster speed. So it's faster speed reading on and off the ice. And yeah, it's just, he likes to float around a little bit, but you could also float with speed.
All right, before Marty chimes in, watch this.
Hey everyone, I'm here doing a Leaf preview for Mr. Billy the Greek. He's a little tired. His picks haven't been that great over the last little while, but I'm going to do them today for him. He calls me the Newfie. We're going to do this for Carpets for Life with Nicky Borsch. Go and visit him, get some carpets, get some hardwood, get some laminate. That's who these picks are brought to you by. Wait 1 second. Keep it down. I'm doing a preview over here. Just shh. Tonight, Leafs, Florida. Game 2. 4-2 Leafs. That's it. 4-2 Leafs. I'm not going to give you any BS like Billy does. I'm not going to smoke a cigarette. Nothing like that. The Greek needs a little rest. That's why I'm doing this. Remember, this is brought to you by Carpets for Life.
So Marty Roberts, actually, he was told to say 4-2 Maple Leafs because he texted me and said he has a feeling Florida will win 4-2. It was 3-2. Marty, go ahead.
Yeah, I was asked to do that. Someone said he needed a little bit of a rest, and then he went and did it with the Alpacas, his own preview. Sure, the Alpacas. He'll blame the Alpacas. That's what he'll do. He'll blame the Alpacas today that they were wrong. But, tonight's game, like Taylor said, who do you go to in net? Like, I'm guessing if Murray was there, they probably would. It would be a pretty easy decision. But when you got Wall there that hasn't proven anything, it's awfully tough to do that. That second goal wasn't a very good goal. Willie, Willie's great. Like, he skates around, and as soon as someone goes to hit him, woohoo, let me get rid of this puck. I don't want anything to do with this anymore. And that's why he's not finishing the plays, because as soon as someone gives any inkling that they're going to come towards him, that's it. He's lost the puck. He doesn't want to go through anymore. One thing I noticed about Bobrovsky today, as much as he played an amazing game, he's always down on his knees. Always. And the Leafs are constantly shooting the puck low. How about we just shoot the puck up? He leaves a lot of space above his shoulders, from between the crossbar and his shoulders. How about we start raising the puck, and maybe that might score a goal or two. But
hey, Matthews did, and he did his leapfrog sort of move where he just jumps up off his knees, and I don't know what type of goaltending that is, but hey, he stopped the puck.
Yeah, but Willie did it. I saw Willie hit the crossbar on one of them. He went above. That's what they have to do with Bobrovsky. They're in a big hole now, 2-0 going back to Florida. Like, that's they got to now, take the 2 there in Florida and come back and hope like hell that they can show up in game 5. So I don't know what to expect. I don't know what moves you're going to make here like, he keeps tinkering with these lineups, and it works sometimes. It doesn't work other times. Like Taylor said, the defense isn't necessarily the problem. Right, they're still doing their jobs. The Shens and the McCabe's are moving guys out in front of the net and doing what they're supposed to do. I guess it's maybe some bad luck on their part that they haven't popped home when it's needed now.
Florida, to make things worse, has won five consecutive games. They were down to Boston 3-1, and they won 4-3, and they won the first two games here at Scotiabank Arena, 4-2 and 3-2 here. But Taylor, I'll go to you. You're the player here. You won the championship, and dare I say, I wanted to say the Maple Leafs going to win the Stanley Cup, but like I said to you so many times, the only professional Marty, wake up, listen to this. She's a member of the only professional hockey team to win a championship in 2023, let alone since 1967. All right. So Taylor, you're Sheldon Keefe now. All right. You're Sheldon Keefe now. What changes would you do? Would you go to Joseph Woll? And nobody knows about Matt Murray. Is he injured, or they don't want to talk about it? And they got 2 days off, and then again another 2 days off for Game 4.
Yeah, and I would honestly try their 11-7. You know what? Like, throw in that 7th defenseman. You're changing your lines up all the time, so make people earn that, and they've done well with the 11. And then also just change your goaltending. Honestly, maybe not because of his performance, like Samsonov's performance per se, because he could carry the team a little bit farther, but it's more for the team. It's like, what type of team changes are you going to make to rally your troops? And goaltending, it would be one of them.
Marty?
You know, the fourth line guys are only getting out there for 7 minutes anyways. So you might as well go back to the 7 defensemen and roll out, Matthews, Marner, Tavares, those guys out more often, and don't have to worry about that fourth line as much, and see what happens there, because they won that game in Tampa with the 11-7, right? Then they went back to his normal way of doing it, and they've lost the next 2. So maybe he does go back to 11-7. And like I said, if Murray was there, I think it'd be pretty sure that Murray would probably be starting next game. I just don't know if Keefe wants to put his playoff life on the line with a rookie in net. I just don't know if he does.
The good news for Maple Leafs, they won 3 games in Tampa. They won 3 games in Florida. So that's the plus here, okay? But the crowd in Florida, not going to be Maple Leaf fans, because Florida cannot buy tickets because the governor or the president or whatever. But Marty Roberts knows how to do a little bit of chicanery. If you want to go, you can go there or whatever. But let's talk about right now, just another game, 10 minutes into the first period, Dallas and Seattle. And let's go, we haven't talked since this. Dallas losing in overtime, but Joe Pavelski, 4 goals. And last night, Draisaitl losing in 4 goals.
So I guess if you have someone that scores 4 goals, you're losing. That's the way that rolls, right? Like, Pavelski comes back after missing almost the whole first round.
Yeah.
And first game back, he pops 4, and they lose, right? And then you got last night, you got Draisaitl pops 4, and they lose. So I don't know. This Dallas-Seattle game, I was a bit surprised at how many goals were scored in that first game, because they're both more defensive-minded type of teams. And so I'm expecting that more so tonight than the goal fest that happened the other night.
What do you say, Taylor?
Well, and even too, it's like, okay, so if one guy's scoring 4 goals, what are the other people doing, right? What are the other people doing in terms of even defense or offense or any sort of positive role that's going to help the team? So that's sort of more of a reflection, I think, over Pavelski and Draisaitl. Is that just, hey, that supporting cast, hey, you have a lights out game, but what is everyone else doing? I do think it's going to be a low scoring game for the game tonight. Right. Who is it? Ottenbright? Ottinger. He's been just consistent throughout the season. He's been quoted as the next Carey Price. Let's just take that a little bit lightly. But he's been showing that he could carry a team. And the Kraken, the Kraken play a very tough playoff type hockey, and they got that right off the bat just because they're veterans there. So it's going to be an interesting series, but yeah, I think it's not going to be a lights out fest like it was last time.
All right, and let's go to last night. Carolina doing a number on New Jersey, and that's the game tomorrow at 8 p.m. Only one game tomorrow, and Saturday, only one game. It's Edmonton and Vegas. Sunday, three games, 3, 6:30, and 9:30. So that's it. But let's talk about Carolina and Jersey. Taylor, to start off with you.
Man, like New Jersey, like where are you at right now? Like Carolina sort of just came out and just smoked you. Um, it's just sort of answering the call, and it's again what the Leafs didn't do is just do the little things, right? Okay, do the little puck battles, win on the wall, get pucks towards the net, and they sort of did a little bit towards the third period, but they just need to show up there at that full 60 minutes. There was a goaltending change. They are riding a more rookie type goaltender, so they're able to do that. But New Jersey just needs to come out a little bit more guns blazing like they did in the first round.
Marty?
Yeah, it looks like Freddie's back healthy, so he's going to be the guy, right? He won last night. I think he played the game before that as well.
Yeah.
Carolina, I think New Jersey has a nice team. They do. Like I said before, I think they still need, another year before they're there. Carolina has a lot of veteran presence there that can calm things down when it gets out of hand. New Jersey doesn't necessarily have that there. Like Taylor said, they're starting a rookie goalie. So lots of things can go wrong there. I like Carolina in this. I like Carolina from the beginning. And now with Anderson looking like he's healthy, maybe he can help them move on to the next round.
All right, so that for tomorrow, and then Saturday, Edmonton, Vegas. What do you expect Saturday? I'll start off with you, Marty. Game 2, they got 2 days off here. Edmonton, that's a series that everybody wants to watch, right? We didn't expect much. We're in Toronto. We want Maple Leafs to win. We don't expect much from Toronto, Florida, and watching right now, it looks like it's a good series, Dallas and Seattle, but Carolina, New Jersey, but we expected the series, Edmonton, Vegas. What do you expect in game 2, Marty?
I expect almost the exact same thing. High-scoring game. Goaltending isn't going to be very much of anything. I'd be interested to see if Edmonton starts Campbell next game as opposed to Skinner. I would. Like Campbell, the last time he was in was when they pulled Skinner and ended up winning in overtime.
Yeah. Yep.
And he hasn't gone back in net since then, which is a surprise to me because Campbell actually did pretty good when he came in there, and he actually probably won that game for them in overtime. So it wouldn't surprise me if Campbell's in net over Skinner, but Las Vegas, and Edmonton, it's going to be back and forth, and could be last shot wins. That's what could happen there is last shot goal wins that next game, and I expect it to be a high scoring game again. Maybe 6-5 again, 6-4, 6-5 type game.
Taylor, is this the best shot? If you look at it, is this the best shot for Connor? Because really, the winner of this plays Seattle or Dallas, right? Is this the best shot for Connor to go to the Stanley Cup?
Well, you just don't know what his team's going to look like next year and the years after, right? So right now, it's nice to have that secondary support. They are strong, but they haven't shown consistency over even the short span of the playoffs right now. And sometimes fire sales, right? Of course, this is going to be a fire sale of goals back and forth between Vegas and Edmonton. Sometimes those aren't always the best because then, okay, you go into the next series, it's going to be the complete opposite. It's going to be, hey, you got to shut down defensively. And can they turn that? I'm not sure. It's going to be a battle for them for each round they go in, but they're definitely top 4 for favorites. So
let me ask you guys this, Joe. McDavid obviously is the best player in the world. But to me, watching from the first series and again last night, he's looking to pass the puck to me way too much now than he was in the regular season. He was putting the puck in a regular base. He has 3 goals. 2 of them came in one game. But to me, if Edmonton is going to win, he has to score goals, not look to always set it up.
And he scored over 60 this year.
But yeah, he's looking too much. There's times where I've seen him wide open. He's still looking to pass the puck. I don't know what his thinking is there, but I think if Edmonton is going to move forward, McDavid has to start shooting the puck and scoring more goals, not being that setup guy.
And that's probably the difference between becoming a playoff team and not, right? So you sort of have to, if you're going to just go, and it's not all for stats, but of course, like if you're going to play one way and then change it for the other, why don't you establish what you're going to do in the playoffs throughout even the end of the regular season? If you're going to look off more, then look off more. If you're going to shoot more, you got to play the exact same way, because if you sort of if you just flip and change something different, then like you screw your team as well.
So, and we talk about this several times. Edmonton and the Maple Leafs, and we're dreaming about Stanley Cup or whatever. But again, isn't there similarities between the two teams in the first game in the second round, and now the first two games in the Maple Leaf series? Marty, start us off.
Well, yeah, obviously there is. Like they mostly rely on, top line to score their goals. They both have, average defensemen, and their goaltending is not the greatest. So yeah, they're obviously the same type of built team. So I don't know. Like, to me, it's going to come down to, we've seen it here tonight. Bobrovsky stole that game for Florida. The Leafs need Samsonov to steal one if he's going to be the guy, or whoever's going to be in it. It has to be a goalie who can steal a game for them. And the same with Edmonton. Edmonton's going to need their goalie to step up and steal a game for them as well.
All right, Taylor, I know you got to go, but Maple Leafs play Sunday, not Saturday, so we'll try to get you back Sunday, or if not...
Then 3 days off in between games.
Yeah, a couple of days off between games and all that. But Taylor, anything else you want to touch on before we bid you adieu?
No, well, the Maple Leafs just have to get out of their head. The Corgi finally predicted wrong. Corgi was just saying Maple Leafs are going to win this game and didn't. So,
yeah, what's that animal Billy was doing? The
paca.
The paca. The same thing. Corgi is like a paca. Like, come on. Enough. Do I believe a bear knows more predictions than Billy? Yes. But anyways.
Well, I thought you were going to say there's a bear crap in the woods.
Well, Marty, you would know this. All right.
I want to know. Wait, I want to know something. When you picked up your car today, Taylor, how was that new car smell?
I get it on Tuesday.
Oh, you still need. A friend of mine bought a Bronco a year ago and still has not got it.
Wow. What? See.
Yep. It's being built.
Big shortage. And it was like, I was thinking, he's like, you know what? Like I signed my contract. I'm playing a little bit. My car's going to run until December, and then I'm going to get a new one.
You know, got it, right?
Sorry?
You know why you got that? Because you popped that goal to put it into overtime, and they knew who you were, so they said, we got to get her a Bronco.
Sure. Yeah, sure. Yeah, but I'm going to enjoy the cruise. It's going to be carrying all of my sporting equipment, hockey gear, and yeah, I'm going to look good driving up to the rink.
All right. And by the way, it's Ontario license plates, or is it U.S. license plates? I just want to see what you say regarding a free agent signing or what. By Sunday, what are the chances that you're going to sign as a free agent to any team by Sunday? Give me like percentage wise.
It depends how fast the talks go, and right now, like, just talks are slow.
And now she can at least drive and sign the contract, though. Before she couldn't because her car blew up.
No, don't drive and sign, Marty. Come on, she's driving, you drive. You sign, you sign. You gotta read the fine print. It says give 5% to FiredUp Network. Make wherever you go, Kipling Marty is going to be the mascot and all that. That's the fine print. Come on, Taylor knows this already. All right, Taylor. Final question about the contract. Okay, is it no seriously for you? Is it like nervous energy yet?
No, it's not. It's just more. Well, of course. Well, actually,
it's excitement, Joseph. It's excitement.
Every single day, I get nervous. Even just talking to my agent, talking to different people. Like once pen's to paper, you're there. So, I just need to get that pen to paper.
Yeah, not pencil. Because, you sign whatever, they cross it out and like, hey, what is this?
Yeah, there's an eraser. There's an eraser at the end of the pencil.
Pen. That's Taylor Woods. Taylor will be back here, hopefully for Game 3, if not for Game 4 here. And Taylor, guaranteed, has told me, guaranteed victory for the Maple Leafs in Game 3, right?
Either
Actually,
game 3 or game
reading
4.
what it
I
said-
don't think they need to win one of them. I don't think they could win 2 or 3 in a row. So
No, they need to win game 3. They kind of.
Yeah, if they lose that third game, oh my, it could possibly just that sweep is done.
yeah.
Billy will be bald if they lose a game 3.
Well, he did call a sweep. He just didn't say it was for Florida.
Yeah, that's right. No, he called the sweep for New Jersey also. He called the sweep for New Jersey.
Yeah, that's why I was doing his preview today, because his picks have just gone to the Alpacas.
The Alpacas have kicked his. Never mind. All right, Taylor. Good luck. Have a great weekend. We'll speak over the weekend.
See you, Taylor.
See you.
Take care. All right. So it's me and Marty Roberts. I don't know if the Greek's going to come in or not, but let's focus.
No, his feelings are hurt. His feelings are hurt.
No. He went to the Circle K getting an Aero bar for $6.
Hey.
All right. So let's talk about. And I don't want to talk about this, but we have to talk about this. Going into Boston Fenway Park.
We don't need to talk about this, Joseph.
Are you sure?
We got to talk about this.
Going into Fenway Park, Boston, Blue Jays have a good record and everything like that. You expect them. Maybe they split. Okay, maybe they split. Losing 4-4, getting swept out of Boston. Now they go to Pittsburgh and they go to Philly. Getting swept out of Boston, losing today 11-5. Gosman, 8 runs. Like, what is going on?
It was a head scratcher, that's for sure, right? Like their starter rotation was looking so good. They'd gone 7 games, allowed half a run per game, and now all of a sudden, their last 4 or 5 outings, the starters can't get to the 6th inning anymore, giving up 5, 6, 7 runs. That's a bit concerning for me that all of them have gone bad at the same time. Now, I will say that the weather wasn't the greatest, obviously, in Boston, but it also wasn't the best for Boston. So the Jays should have been able to, at least squeaked one out, like you would think. Here's the interesting thing. I was like, look it up. I'm like, they're 18-14 after 32 games. I said, let's see where they were last year after 32 games. You know what the record was last year?
18-14.
17-15.
Yep.
And at this exact same time, you know what happened during this exact same time? They're on a 5-game losing streak.
All right, so hold on. We're going to go back to Maple Leafs Forever. Greek is going to join us. I want Greek to comb his hair. Right now, he's just coming home from work and eating a lot of what alpaca. What is that?
Alpaca.
Yeah, a lot of crap from there. He's having a hamburger. I could see him on the camera there and all that. Mometu does not want to eat on camera and all that. So I'm allowing him to eat and not even have a smoke. And he's having, but the Greek's got to watch this before he comes on here. Marty Roberts. I'm going to play Marty Roberts' pick here. Marty Roberts pick for the game. Greek, I know you're in the bullpen. You got to watch this, all right? You watch this because you did your pick. He did his. I don't know if you got a chance to watch it. Your pick, Greek, was a little bit smelly.
Hey, everyone. I'm here doing a Leaf preview for Mr. Billy the Greek. He's a little tired. His picks haven't been that great over the last little while, but I'm going to do them today for him. He calls me Nanoofy. We're going to do this for Carpets for Life with Nikki Borsch. Go and visit him, get some carpets, get some hardwood, get some laminate. That's who these picks are brought to you by. Wait 1 second. Keep it down. I'm doing a preview over here. Just shh. Tonight, Leafs, Florida. Game 2, 4-2 Leafs. That's it, 4-2 Leafs. I'm not going to give you any BS like Billy does. I'm not going to smoke a cigarette, nothing like that. The Greek needs a little rest. That's why I'm doing this. Remember, this is brought to you by Carpets for Life.
Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 go.
Welcome back to Maple Leafs Forever. This is Maple Leafs Forever, the Greek edition. Yes, Billy Jorgansakis. Stop eating. I stalled for at least 5 minutes. If it was Norm, he would already finished 3 burgers already. Come on. By the way, I want to thank the Greek. he notified me to get this guy, Alex Campbell, on here, and he did a superb job. I don't know if you watched it with me and Drew Ebanks. Big up to Drew Ebanks, all right? Big up to Drew Ebanks. But, Greek, what do you say about game 2?
Hold on, let me get that last morsel down there. For those of you wondering why I'm in such good shape, like obviously you got to watch what you eat, nutrition times of days. Here's what happened. Obviously, we're talking about the Toronto Maple Leaf goaltender, Samsonov. He's not the reason they lost the game. Make no mistake about it. But Bobrovsky, rather, is the reason Florida won that game. And if memory serves, I did. I've thrown a lot of things out here on the Fired Up Network. You know, I got a lot of takes, obviously, but one of them was the ability for Bobrovsky to steal a series. Ain't that right, Marty Roberts? And so far in 2 games, he's the difference in terms of the 2 games. That and the fact that the Leafs played an atrocious 5 minutes in the second period, like trying to get pretty. Right? Sometimes, Joe, as you know, in playoffs, it's not about looking pretty. You got to get ugly. Like I'm talking Marty Roberts.
Yeah,
ugly.
like your hair today, man. What's going on with that hair? I expected immaculate hair, and
you got to play. You got to get in the corner. You got to be Marty Roberts ugly. And the Leafs, there he is. Look at this guy. What are you talking about, man? That hair is pristine. You got to be Marty Roberts ugly. And again, when you're up 2-1, there's no way. Hold on. What I'm talking. I'm gonna have a bite if you keep cutting me off. I have it right here, man. So,
what is that? Wendy's?
I'm not. They're not paying any kind of sponsorship fees. They're not going to give them any kind of kind of publicity.
They Circle K, and they've been all over.
2-1. You're up. 2-1. You're up in the game, and you have Austin Matthews getting pretty. You got him getting pretty at the blue line. You got Nylander getting pretty, and you paid the price. You paid the price to a team that knows how to win, whereas the Maple Leafs are still struggling to find that recipe. Up 2-0 at home, you gotta shrink that ice, and you gotta make it impossible for Florida. Like they gotta die to get a scoring chance. And again, the wide open ice, and the Leafs want to play fire wagon hockey in the playoffs. They scored 2, they're looking for 4. Relax a little bit, but go down 2-0 now and go try to win 4 out of 5 against a team that's arguably just as talented as you, and it looks like much hungrier.
Take a bite of that.
I guess the moral of the story is don't win first overall. Right? Florida last year was number 1 team. Boston this year number 1 team. Tampa a couple years ago number 1 team, and they all get knocked out that year that they won it in the first round. So maybe being first overall is not what these teams need.
Look, Marty, obviously you follow hockey. I shouldn't talk with my mouth full. I'm Mometu TV, man. Gotta be.
Also on Roku, Amazon Fire
Okay.
TV.
Hey, Joseph.
Be quiet. Let the Greek get out word.
Well, but before you start talking, I got to show you something because I have found, Joe, you got to make me big.
All right, hold on.
I have found if Billy was in a Paca, what he would look like. That is what Billy would look like if he was in a Paca.
And his dating life would be better. But all right, Greek, I'm going to ask you this, okay? The big question, everybody's chiming in here. Greek, is it about time we bring Justin Hall back? He's the difference maker for Maple Leafs to win here. Is it about time Justin Hall comes back?
Don't be ridiculous.
I'm telling you right now, hold on. I'm telling you right now, game 3, Justin Hall will be back. I said it to you.
All right, bring him back. What do you want me to tell you? You want me to tell you that Timothy Liljegren's going to win a Norris Trophy in the not too distant future?
Justin Hall will be playing in game 3. Bank on it.
If he's going to play it for anybody, and for me, that doesn't matter what happens. I still like him in the box. Giordano looks slow to me, looks old, and the wear and tear of a 39-year-old body in the playoffs. He's loose. He's second to the puck, not physical, getting constantly out of position. If you want to make a change, for me, it's Gustafsson for Giordano as I move forward. But even then, he's a vet. He's 39. So this is ride or die, right? This is ride or die. You got your guys. You just run out the same lineup, and you see where the chips fall. And hopefully,
I'll tell you something. If the Leafs think that putting Justin Hall in the lineup is going to get them a W, they're in bigger trouble than we all think.
So, Greek, I got to ask you this. Seriously, we played at the beginning Marty Roberts preview. Critique his preview compared to yours.
Obviously, he's got a ways to go to reach my level in terms of not only the artistic side and the
better hair,
the sheer charisma that I exhibit through the couple minutes that I
but
deliver.
hold on, Greek. You don't know this. Marty Roberts talked to the big bosses at Mometu, and what did they tell you, Marty, today?
I'm the star.
Yes. See, Greek. They did not say Billy the Greek who eats fries all the time.
Here's what I'll tell you. When I do a preview and I mention Nikki Borsch's Carpets for Life, I say carpets, hardware, and laminate. I don't just say carpets. I show that he's a round.
Whoa!
What are you
calling Borchi? Are you saying that he's round in what way?
His company is well-rounded. Okay. There, I had to reverse that because I knew you were going to take that a different way.
So Marty likes more than carpet. Billy just likes carpet.
Yeah.
So that's what you're saying.
A little shine on it never kills anyone.
All right. So Greek, you came in late, so I'm going to ask you this. Tomorrow, Sunday is do or die here. They can't go down 3-0. Why not? Okay, whatever.
Why not?
What do they do? What lineup changes would you do? You put Gustafson only in, or would you change?
I told you going into the Tampa series, I would have started the other kid in net, and I would have just to shake up the club and just to kind of let them know you might destroy your club if you do that, but you might pull a rabbit out of your hat and shake them up and get them playing better defensively. For some reason, Samsonov, even when he looks good and makes a save, he looks bad at the same time. It's impossible for that to make sense. But even when Samsonov keeps a puck out of the net, he's troubled in doing so. He inspires no confidence. And again, you had one guy in Bobrovsky that saved everything, including the kitchen sink, and you had another guy in Samsonov that didn't. And it's that simple. That's the difference in these two games, right? But you can't hang them out to dry completely. With that said, those 5 minutes in that second period were arguably 5 of the worst minutes of hockey any NHL club has played this year. And it just so happened to be game 2 of the Eastern Conference semifinals.
A couple things here. And Marty, you'll go first here. Like I said before, it looks like they're taking chances with Bunting. He's been told to not retaliate, and they're hammering Matthew Nyes and all that. Do you think the referees should have called more to Florida there?
You know, I saw, I don't know if it was Kachuk on Knives that got the elbow up or not, but, you know, it's playoff hockey. Like, stuff's going to happen. It's as simple as that.
Marty.
Like,
you know what this calls for? You know what this calls for, Marty Roberts?
What?
The simmer, baby. The simmer. Right? Wait, hold on now. Hold on.
Well, you honestly think you're going to put a guy in that hasn't probably played hockey in a month and a half?
You put that big, bad, that grizzly simmer on the ice, man. And you know what you do? Here's what I do. If I'm the coach, I say, all right, you know, here's what I'm going to do, boys. We're going to change it up a little bit. Obviously, we've got a little bit of issue. So I'm sitting Lafferty. I'm sitting somebody on that fourth line. It doesn't really matter because I'm going to be playing 3 lines in game 3 the whole game. My fourth line's not going to see any minutes. I'm going to ride my horses to the death. I don't care who's on the fourth line. So I'm going to send a big simmer out there, Joseph P. And I'm going to tell him, you know what? Go right after Kachuk and start just punching him in the face. Just nothing. I don't care if you take 5. Right off the hop, just walk over to him and punch him as hard as you can in the nose. Take the match penalty. We'll kill it off, and we'll turn the series around. Obviously, you're getting bullied. Knives in the room. You're getting bullied on the ice. So there needs to be some pushback, Marty Roberts, right? So again, I'm unorthodox in my thought process. Very unique individual. Slim and trim after 10 Whoppers a day. Look at this guy, man. Don't put on 1 pound. Unbelievable. You put Simmer in there and you put Florida on edge. You smarten them up.
All right. On that note, whatever he just said, go the opposite.
Well, Dad, what are you talking about? That's a valid point on the Mometu.
All right.
I think it's worth a bigger discussion, Marty.
Here, no discussion. When you came in, I gotta ask you this because I gave you props for Alex Campbell, and I'm gonna say this, Marty. Are you starting to get worried that 95 wins for the Blue Jays is not going to happen.
No.
No, of course.
Like I just said to you, and Billy wasn't here for it. I said, you know what?
Yeah,
because I was a little off at them losing 4 games, the way that they lost them. Let's just say I'm ticked at the way that they
Marty,
lost.
five. You missed one. 5.
No, I'm talking the 4 in Boston.
But you forgot one in Seattle. Too.
No,
So
I'm
let's call
talking
it
the
5.
4 games they lost in Boston. How they lost in Boston ticked me off. So I said, let's go back and look and see what their record was last year after 32 games.
Okay.
They won 92 games last year. Let's see what the record was. You know what the record was after 32 games last year, Billy?
Yeah. I'm going to take a guess. It was 17-15.
17-15. And you know how many games they lost in a row at this time as well?
5, Marty.
5 games in a row.
All right, let me ask you.
So you know what? To me, the more
were they one game out of last place last year? Where were they in the standings?
It's early. I'm going to guess they probably were.
One game out of last place?
500 level last year as well. They're in the toughest division, obviously. In the Central, if they were doing this, they'd still be probably in first place.
Fair enough.
I'm not what I am concerned about, and it might have been a blessing tonight that Pop sort of hurt himself. So now they have to make a decision here on the bullpen. I'm sort of, I said this before, Belt obviously is on the way out. Like he was 1 for 2, and they decided to still pinch hit him with Kirk, who's batting .235, and he can't get the ball at the infield. But they decided let's in a game that was pretty much a blowout, let's bring Kirk in and take Belt out. So I think the writing is on the wall for Belt. I really do. So there's going to be some moves here over the next few days, and we'll see what they do. I'm floored at how they came out and they played in these 4 games. All 4 starters in this series crapped the bed.
Hold on. Credit to maybe Boston's not the highest scoring club in the American League by accident. Sure. Kudos to their lineup too. You also got to realize that there's another team that wants W's though. So kudos to some of the Boston guys, some of the less heralded guys that come up big. And also you got to factor in you were 16-3 against the Red Sox last year. So you go into Fenway thinking you're going to start eating again, and you come home or wherever the hell you're going with your tail between your legs. Like I told you again, anybody that watches this edition of the Blue Jays that somehow has conjured up the vision that this is a 95 win club is on hallucinates. I mean, just hallucinates. Maybe a marijuana, lace, THC. I don't know what you're doing up there, dude. But if you see 95 wins in the future, man, there's something. I don't know what, but you need to lay off something, dude. I'm gonna tell you that. You got to lay off the subs and the arrow bars.
All right, hold on. I got a question. For the Greek.
A guy like me, I'll go to the gym 2 weeks, man, and I'll shed 30 pounds in 2 weeks. That's how I'm built, man. That's how my DNA is, man. It's
like the Dallas Cowboys Parsons who wants to play a linebacker now.
When you weigh yourself, do you put 1 foot on the scale, 1 foot off the scale?
No, that's what I do.
Whatever the case is. A little bit, 225, a little bit heavier than ideally I'd like to be. But again, I can shed that off in 2 weeks. I'll just go.
All right, so hold on, Greek. I want to get you because you and Marty, you know this guy, all right? So yesterday, a belated happy birthday to Steve Carney, and today, Greek, special for you. Today is Justin Levert's birthday. So you want to say anything to Steve Carney and Justin Levert? Meanwhile, Justin Levine, go ahead.
Well, obviously, you got to say nice things to Mr. Carney, man. He's a respected individual, and if you say something nice, I don't know, maybe he'll throw you a bone and give you a gig. Maybe he'll invite you on. Pretty big deal. Carney, how you doing, buddy? Happy birthday. As for the young fella, we ride him a little bit. Obviously, put his foot in his mouth with the trade that we still haven't forgotten about. Who did he break at the deadline?
I wish we had Radko Gudas.
Who did he broke at the deadline? All right. You called Carolina, Montreal for a Stanley Cup final. Montreal wasn't in the playoffs. Carolina, you did some things, kid. But also you've done a lot of good things over the course of the last little while. Not only have Fired Up, but with the Toronto Six, obviously you can take pride in some things. You're a smart kid and a good kid, and all the best to you. I'm probably pretty sure that good things are waiting for that kid, right? And again, kudos to him. You're a good kid. Just don't come on here with the Greek and again ever break a Gudis trade, man. I give you a smack next time.
All right, and talk about birthdays. Greek, I'm going to do this on
Who
air.
cares about birthdays, man?
This is why I'm saying it. Hold on. Greek.
Marty
As you know,
Roberts.
Mondays, you usually have Rumac and the Greek. You shellac that Rumac and all that. But Monday, we're going to celebrate his 68th birthday. Even Marty Roberts is going to come out of a cake, he told me. All right, Marty Roberts, you're going to make a special appearance on Rumac and the Greek. We're going to extend it. Maybe it's Joe Rumac and the Greek, whatever. We're going to extend it. Are you going to be there for Norm Rumac's 68th birthday celebration?
Who are you asking, me?
Yes.
No, I'm not going to be there.
Why? Don't you have respect for...
What do you think? This guy's like a... Let me tell you why. This guy's like a pariah up there in the corner. He's just waiting for old Rumac to get senile to the point in time where the Greek fires him and he jumps in and takes his spot. He's looking for Newfie and the Greek, man. He wants to hit the prime time. What do you think he's doing, man? He's counting minutes, hours, and days until Rumac is no longer.
Listen, Greek wants him for the pitching coach, right? How you're playing on Sunday. Are you going to return back for Maple Leafs Forever for Game 3 post game, Billy?
Yeah, we'll be done. We'll be done practicing. We're practicing Sunday. We open our season at Bond Park Monday night, 7:30 p.m. Bayview and Lawrence area for anybody out there watching.
All right, I'll go. No,
Joe, we're going. So Sunday, meeting Billy Swiss Chalet at 4:00. After that. Practice start. Well, after that practice starts, Billy is going to practice on coming back home after Swiss Chalet.
I wouldn't put it past a wily veteran, man. You know these lefties are funny guys, eh? They pull rabbits out of their hats. Man.
Hey, we gotta give a shout out because our boy Eric Smith is watching now. He sent me a little message saying I'm watching now, so we got to give Eric Smith a little shout out.
All right,
absolutely.
Shout out. All right.
Obviously, hold on. Let me talk to the kid. Obviously, here's what me and Marty. Here's what we're saying behind your back, Eric. Because obviously, we talk about all you scoundrels, man, and sometimes not in flattering terms. But here's the deal, kid. You show a level of enthusiasm, passion, commitment in the way you ask questions, in the way you correspond. For me, what it feels like is you're desperate to play baseball, and that's a good thing in my eyes. I love it, and hopefully, your talent is as good as your attitude and your demeanor, and then me and we're going to be smoking cigarettes down the left field line, victorious, the two of us, kid. All right, we'll see you Sunday at practice, 5:45. Don't be late. I'm kind of as Marty told you, I'm a bit of a disciplinarian.
All right, so Blue Jays, getting back to Blue Jays, they open
95 wins. This potato head thinks he's watching that club. He's watching that club with so you got 17 and you've had probably the best Kikuchi you'll have. I don't know. You had Manoah. Do you see Manoah turning things around or just being an up and down guy all year? If you're throwing 92, 93 and you're center cut, you're going to have problems. I don't care if it's in May or in August. Gosman, again, man, I love Gos. Me and you love Gos equally. But I don't know. Every now and then you throw in a stinker like that, and your offense is really without Springer hitting, your offense is really like 3 deep out of 9. You got 6 holes offensively, Marty. 6 holes offensively. You got a shaky bullpen and an inconsistent pitching staff. Yet you're delusional
and yet there's still a game ahead of last year.
You're going to turn around and get 95 wins.
There's still a game ahead of last year's pace.
I don't care
with all your boys
on
it. With all your boys.
I don't care about last year. I don't care. I'm talking about this year's
edition.
Wait,
you tell me you bring up years before when you talk about Mr. Hernandez, but now it doesn't matter years before?
Listen, here, let's dissect.
Here, do me a favor. Pick up that sandwich, put it back in your mouth so we don't have to listen to it.
Listen.
Go ahead, Joseph.
All right, hold on. It's finished. I wolfed it down like a champ. Double burger with cheese. Anyways, light toppings.
You had one yesterday. You had a Whopper yesterday.
I don't know. I'm not really in the mood to cook steaks at 11 o'clock at night when I come home, right? Here's what all right, let's break it down. Let's break it down individually. So I'm going to make a point. You say, you tell me how far I am off base. Blue Jay lineup. 3 guys going with 6 holes. True or not?
Well, if you're going to say 3, yes, obviously, but it's 32 games in.
Yeah.
You have 3 or 4 guys that aren't going to stay where they're at.
All right.
And we've seen Varsho start picking it up over the last 4 games in Boston. Springer isn't going to be doing what he's doing now.
All right.
So let's call it 6 deep we are. My concern is Belt is a big concern for me.
All right.
That is the big concern. That's why I said for you got to think about do you have the Addison Barger guy come up and he's your left-handed DH and have time at third and short and second all over the infield. My other concern is Mr. Alejandro Kirk. Okay. That is my other concern. And that truthfully, that's a big concern of mine because not only is he not hitting the ball, watch when he hits the ball, he stands in the box for a good 2 or 3 seconds and doesn't want to run the ball out. That's a big concern for me if he's becoming extremely lazy, thinking that he's been in the league for 20 years and he can afford to do this stuff.
All right. What I see, and again, what I see, obviously, if you expect certain improvements, and history tells us that Springer obviously is going to become Springer at some point, but Chapman's not going to hit 370 the rest of the year. You're probably going to go through cold streaks with both of them. But what I'm telling you is the offense is not as balanced, as powerful as I would like, or as has been historically in the past couple of years. The pitching staff's hit and miss, and the bullpen's the same, right? The only thing you don't have, there's 2 things you don't have, really. You don't have the home run jacket, and you don't have La Razza, the whatchamacallit, the Barrio. That's it. Those are the only 2 things that are actually gone, right? Everything else, what? Yeah, so you took away the Spanish guys, you took away the home run jacket, and now you're looking for what? You're looking for guys that can hit the baseball and put them in the middle of the order. You just said you don't like Kirk, but you gave away the 3rd best catcher prospect in the game. Hello?
Who did? I didn't give away.
Hello?
I think last year, if we go back to tapes, I said Kirk and Mr. Espinal are both bench guys.
All right.
And I still say that.
Fair enough. So
well, don't say. Wait.
Look, I'm going to put your back against the wall here, kid. You're dealing with that. You're dealing with that legend here, pal. So this guy over here, this Newfie guy, tells me he doesn't like Kirk, right? He doesn't like Kirk. Look at him, that Newfie, man. Pretty bugger, you. I love you. But pay attention. You don't like Kirk. He's suspect in your opinion. I agree with you. So why in the blue hell would you trade a top 3 prospect in the whole game that's your catcher for the next 15 years?
All right. So
I told you why they didn't, because the Jays value Kirk at a certain level, and no other team values Kirk at that same level. So now the Jays are stuck with him. No matter what, they're stuck with him. They can't put him back down into. Remember, this kid came up from AA right into the big leagues last year.
All right.
Right.
Would you do a do-over, Marty, on these trades?
Yes.
I would not. I already told you I didn't want to trade Moreno. Told you right off the bat.
Would you do a do-over today on that trade? If you saw with Kirk and this and that, Varsho you've seen, right? Obviously, we know how you feel about Gurriel and the hair. Would you do a do-over today on that trade if it was proposed?
No. Moreno isn't going to get you the World Series anyways. He's definitely not. And Gurriel is not either. So you might as well have taken that chance, bring in Varsho. Moreno was the big let go in that, obviously. Okay. If there was anything, maybe they could have got back a pitcher back with Varsho. But I think the Jays were so tied into that they had to improve base running and defense that they had to do whatever was possible. I mean, we've seen it. Like it's helped them out early on with some base running and some defense. Now, to my concern, here's what my concern is that when one guy goes bad, they all go bad on this team. I haven't seen anything like that. It's just the whole pitcher staff goes bad. The whole batting order goes bad. I don't know what it takes to get them all at the same time doing that.
I got an idea, right? Think about this. This is kind of like, maybe it's somewhat premature. We'll see. We'll let young Eric decide. Premature or not, but we got to propose the idea. Maybe it's time, Marty Roberts, that John Schneider gets the pink slip and the Greek gets right in that manager's office, man. They open the door finally for a guy like me.
Have you ever been to Mexico?
Absolutely.
See?
Have you ever been to Puerto Rico?
Absolutely.
See? Do you know today is May the 4th be with you? Tomorrow is Cinco de Mayo.
Cinco de Mayo, absolutely, man. I celebrate in the morning. I do a little something. Go on.
What do you do? What do you do at Cinco de Mayo?
Eh?
What do you do for Cinco de Mayo?
Cubano,
huh? Okay, Yasta. So, Marty, what do you do for Cinco de Mayo?
The
Same
same
thing
thing
I
he
do every
does,
other
man,
day.
on
Nothing.
May 4th and 5th.
All right. So, also, have you been to Puerto Rico or what?
Never been to Puerto Rico.
All right, Billy.
What do you want, man? What do you
Have
want?
you been
What
to
do you
Puerto
want from my
Rico?
life, man? What do you want from my life, man? I'm trying to figure out here what in the blue hell the conversation is going to look like in September when the Blue
Relax, I'm
Jays,
getting to it
when they
because
got 80 wins. What's this guy going to come up and say? I'm just waiting. Is he ever going to come up here and say, you know what, man? That handsome bugger that always rides me to death calls me Newfie. He's right and I'm wrong. He's fun. That, excuse my language.
Hey, if they come up with 84 wins, I will say you're right. It's not happening, but I'll say you're right.
But I
say
need
you're right.
more than right, pal.
I
need something special.
I might have to though rethink having you come up to 400 because I'll feel bad if you pass out. I will. But what I will do when it does happen, I will get a sponsorship of Mr. Subs and Burger King.
All
And
right,
at each exit, I will make sure there's a stand, not a water bottle stand, a Whopper stand for you to grab a bite.
Hold on. Look at these big guns, man. Don't worry about the Whopper and this stuff. All right, kid, let's make it fair. If they win 95, at least let me bike ride up there. Meet me in the middle.
I'll let you get a scooter.
There's a couple kids, man.
All right,
we got a nut bar
Rico
that comes from downtown on a scooter in a rainstorm, man. Don't get me started.
Right?
Puerto Rico, I mentioned that because I know Billy wants to watch this. Backlash Saturday, and Bad Bunny is in the ring. Bad Bunny is in the ring on Saturday for Backlash.
So how do you get so excited about wrestling? You know the outcome already, but
yes, I know the
hockey
outcome.
don't get this
And
excited
Billy,
about.
listen to this. Listen to this. On Monday, Premier Ford, because I'm the president of the province of Canada, the mayor-elect of North America, they are going to legalize wrestling gambling in Canada. Boy, your point check's going to be huge, Billy.
So they banned UFC betting in Ontario a few months ago because there was a little bit of what's the word looker? Chicanery. What's that word I look for, Billy?
Chicanery, yes.
Right? So now they're going to put in wrestling that everyone knows the outcome before the.
And then once they put betting on wrestling, Billy Jorgansakis is going to take over the Fired Up Network. He is the co-founder of the Fired Up Network. His name will be Billy K. All right, so that's it. And by the way, a special shout out to the people who are.
Where's Woods?
Sorry,
I came on here. I fixed my hair for T Woods, and she's nowhere to be found.
She was, wanting
Joe
to
scared her off. Joe scared her off.
But no, seriously, she had purchased. What car did she purchase?
A Bronco.
A Bronco, and she's out there to test it out and all that. Really, you could have been in a Bronco, like O.J. Simpson, a Ford Bronco.
Do you think a glove comes with the Ford Broncos when you buy it?
There's still time.
Black glove. Yes.
There's still time. There's still time. So yeah, let's get back to this Blue Jays. So.
No, we're closing out the show.
No, we're not closing out nothing.
We got to go at least 4 more minutes, Joseph. 4 more.
All right,
number one, Leon Dry. Here's what funny thing about hockey, man. Sometimes you see the weirdest things. Pavelski and Draisaitl in back-to-back games score 4 goals. Unheard of in the NHL playoffs.
You're $1 day, you're a day short. Come on.
Doesn't matter. But I just got here. What do you want, man? That's what I like to talk about. 4 goals and both guys and they lose. You know what the chances of that? It's like Marty growing a head full of hair again. Slim and none.
Dallas just scored.
Was it Pavelski?
No. And by the way, in the Lakers Golden State game, Golden State leads the Lakers 90-72, 4 minutes and a half left in the third quarter.
Oh, it's close.
I didn't get a chance to see my buddy Alex Campbell on, but I'm sure, again, I didn't get a chance to watch him.
He'll pick Golden State all day. He loves Steph Curry.
Yeah, really. And again, I wouldn't recommend anybody, but he's a sharp cat and a really good kid and really eager. I hope that guy, honest to God, that guy's got the talent to actually do something on a higher level, like from a professional perspective, somewhere within some of the bigger networks. I hope that kid gets a shot because he really deserves it. He's a sweetheart of a kid and a lot of knowledge. So I hope that kid gets a chance. It would make me feel nice because he might throw me a scrap. Hey, kid.
Yeah, he said he'll throw you over. Maybe get you another Whopper.
Yeah.
All right, Marty. Anything else in the sporting world that you want to discuss on the Washington football team? Anything like that?
No, I'll say I saw a report come out. Now, I don't know how true it is. I didn't look in to see if it was true. But supposedly a couple players since the Suter firing have rescinded their trade requests
Yes.
out of Calgary. And to me, that's the so the players are obviously running the team over there in Calgary. So they better next year show up and win it all. If they're going to start forcing coaches to get fired and we want to trade it, then they better show up next year, stop their bitching and whining, and win some games.
Whoa, we're talking.
No, it just proves, right? It just proves that these players, when they want to, they can get someone fired.
All right, hold on, Billy. We can't
You
hear you.
got no sound, Billy.
Billy, we can't hear you.
Can't hear you. It's not a bad thing, but we can't hear you.
Say something.
Maybe you unplugged it.
Can you hear me now?
Now we can.
Faint, but it's faint.
The people were worried there, man, for a little bit. Don't worry, guys.
Oh, no one was worried.
No.
There were.
There was a parade.
Let me get a word in here, man. The hook. You know the hook? Daryl Sutter. So this Sutter guy, old school, right? All right, he does his tactics, but here's what you can't do. Here's what you can't do, Marty. You can be as tough as you want, but the thing you can't do is embarrass your players. They'll turn on you in a heartbeat. The minute he came up to that press box, to the microphone, and the question in regards to that young guy that made his debut, he asked what number he was and this, that, and the other, and just humiliated. That was the kid's debut in the NHL, and he just humiliated that kid. You know what?
We can't hear you.
We can't hear you again.
I'll not be back.
All right. On that note,
we're at 4 hours.
Billy, Marty, do you want to tell that if he's gone? Go ahead. Tell everyone how do you get a hold of you. And by the way, Marty, tell everybody tomorrow, 12:30, what is on the Fired Up Network.
Is the soccer show on tomorrow?
Yes.
Well, then this world-renowned soccer show is on tomorrow at 12:30, you said?
Yes.
12:30. Watch it. I heard that Giancarlo only watches his own shows. He doesn't watch anyone else. I heard that today.
Yes.
Him say he only watches his own shows.
I was putting over Billy. He says he doesn't watch him.
So Giancarlo, I'm not going to watch it if you're on.
First of all, when you're talking about a guy like Giancarlo, with all due respect, I was watching sports when that guy was in the mirror playing with his zits and popping pimples. Giancarlo,
He still is. He still is. He still is.
Listen. Anyways, get back. Jesus, man, I can't get a thought out here. Listen, you can't embarrass players, Marty, as you know. Right?
We're back to this.
Sutter did that. That's the cardinal sin.
Oh my God, we can't hear you again.
You can hear me just fine.
No, Marty, go ahead.
No, your sound keeps disappearing. Here, we should just end it, and Billy and me will say goodbye to everyone.
Now, I took the earplugs out.
We can't see that, Marty.
Billy and me are saying, have a good night, everyone, on the Fired Up Network. Thank you for watching us.
All right, I'll give him one more. He cuts out. All right.
We got to let him come back in and finish his thought on the hook.
Finish it. Go ahead.
Finish your thought on the hook. Go, Billy.
Go.
You got 30 seconds.
He's not saying anything. All right. Thanks for
Billy can do a lot of things in 30 seconds. I know this.
Thanks for watching Fired Up Live. Remember, watch tomorrow, 12:30, the world famous soccer show. For Billy, for Marty, Taylor Woods, John Nelson, Ryan Payton, Drew Ebanks, Courtney Riddell, also Giancarlo Lino, and Alex Campbell. This has been a great Fired Up Live flagship show of the Fired Up Network. Maple Leafs lose Game 2 to the Florida Panthers, and Billy is somewhat deterred. Billy, you get the last word. Go ahead.